You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is a balmy 24 degrees right now. Snow is coming down softly outside.
Yeah, it's nice.
It looks like it's going to continue to snow through the morning commute and stop around noon. Just a heads up on that. And then this weekend, high of 18 on Saturday. Then we're back up to the high 20s on Sunday.
Oh, nice.
So we got that going for us.
Beautiful.
Let's have you want to have a philosophical, heartfelt discussion to start the show?
Yeah, I know what that means,
Early
but
for
yeah,
that.
sure.
Okay. So last night, my daughter's got hockey practice, and I'm talking to one of these parents, hockey parents, and they asked me what time we get up to come into the show. You know, I tell them, and if you're listening to us right now, you have the same kind of hours we do, right?
Obviously, right.
Early effing mornings. And in the wintertime, that can be hard.
Yeah.
And this person will not let it go. I could never do that. Oh, you got to be exhausted. And I'm standing there literally falling asleep talking to her, being like, yeah. So, like, I get up this morning, and I don't know why that conversation's sticking in my head, right? I'm getting out of bed, and I'm brushing my teeth. And I get outside, and the snow is softly coming down.
Yeah.
Quiet.
It is super quiet, Kim.
Yeah.
You can't hear a darn thing. It's peaceful.
Yeah.
And I go,
Yeah.
And I get in my car, and I start off to work, and I have like a 15, 20-minute commute from Henrietta. But the great part about it is no traffic.
Take your time.
Yep, like there's literally no one else on the road at
it's
3
dead.
in the morning. Yeah, same with you guys when you're coming in. And I'm looking at the snow coming down and like through the lights of all like the car dealerships on West Henrietta Road, and I'm like,
Yeah.
And like I passed the hospital. Fun fact, yesterday Strong broke a record for
what?
the most patients they've ever had at one time.
That's strong?
Yes.
Why?
Did you hear that? Apparently, it has nothing to do with like the RSV and the COVID and the flu. There aren't enough old folks' homes to take old folks that are ready to go but can't go home.
Oh.
So those people are like stuck in hospital beds.
They're just living in the hospital,
Yeah,
basically.
it's what it seems like.
But they can't go home.
They can't go home because they can't take care of themselves. They could go to an old folks' home like facility that has someone there to monitor them.
So the old folks' home's sold out?
Apparently.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And like normally when you drive past the hospital any time of day, there's a lot of chaos going on. Ambulances coming in, sometimes helicopters. But even at that moment, I'm driving past Strong, and it's quiet. The snow's coming down, and it's right next to Mount Hope Cemetery. And I'm like, And I realized something.
Right.
It sucks getting up early.
Sure.
Not fun. And anybody up right now knows that. But we don't get any of that if we work normal hours.
Yeah.
And if we were to have 8 to 4, 9 to 5 jobs.
Yeah, regular hustle and bustle.
That would be the most stressful part of our day.
Yeah. My mind is so warped when it comes to traffic. Like, even if it's not like rush hour and there's just a lot of people on the road, I'm like, what the hell? What's everybody doing out right now? I think it's just because, to your point, like we're always driving weird hours, so I never have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Now, before some dick wants to call and be like, you don't know rush hour traffic is. I lived in Atlanta, and for 3 years I had to put a tent on the side of the road because the cars didn't. I get it. I get there are places with traffic. But it does suck when you have a 15-minute commute that becomes a 45-minute commute every morning because
That's frustrating.
of snow or whatever. And I had a realization.
What's that?
That I would much rather drag my ass out of bed at 2:30 in the morning every day and have that peaceful drive into work.
Yeah.
Then get up at 6 o'clock every day and have to fight the rest of you dicks to get to work on time.
Okay. All right. So it's a blessing.
I think so.
All right.
Like if you had a choice, if you could choose sleep in late, stressful commute versus get up early, easy commute, what would you choose?
I'm so used to getting up early now, it's just automatic. Like, I don't even think about it anymore.
Okay.
I can't sleep in on the weekends. Like, sleeping in for me on the weekends is 4 o'clock.
Yeah, because you're like up and out of places. If you're not at your house, you have to get up and leave to not wake other people up.
Yeah. Like, if we're on vacation, it really sucks when we're on vacation somewhere. Because I'm up, let's say you're staying at a hotel or something.
Yeah.
I'm up with the staff. Like, I'm up before they can make coffee. I'm just, like, hanging out in the lobby on my phone because I'm going to wake my wife up.
They make them start folding towels.
Yeah. I do a nice corner on a sheet, too. Now, I can't sleep in, so, yeah. I mean, it's so automatic now. I don't even think about 8 o'clock in the morning. 8 o'clock in the morning, I've been up for 4 to 5 hours.
Kimmy, I know you love your sleep.
I do.
All women do.
If you had the choice between sleeping till 6 and fighting the traffic or getting up when we do and having that peaceful commute, what would you choose?
I think, you get used to waking up at a certain time. So even if I woke up at 6, it would still hurt just as much, I think, as the time I wake up now. You know what I mean? You only know what you're used to. I've never been somebody who's been good about waking up in the morning, whether it's, 3 a.m. or 6 a.m. So I think I would rather just stay getting up early.
I am impressed when I'm driving in and I go past Midtown, the fancy gym.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And at 5 o'clock in the morning, there's
I don't get how people do
there's
that.
30 or 40 cars in that parking lot.
Wait, there's that many?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they must get I don't know what time they must open up at 5. And like everybody's like there to start their working out, which means those people have been up since 4.
They could be there for the wine bar. I'm not exaggerating.
They do an early wine bar? Nice.
Yeah, and relish tray.
Yeah.
I have a friend of mine who he always talks about, because we play best ofs before 6 a.m. And he always catches those, and I'm like, why do you don't? I know you don't have to be at work that early. Like, why do you get up so early? He's one of those early gym goers. He's like,
Workout guy.
I wake up at like 4 a.m. and I'm ready to go, and I'm like, you're nuts. I don't know how you motivate yourself to do that and then work a full work day.
Yeah, but I mean, it's all over when you're done with work, right? You don't have to
but-
worry
Yeah, you got it
but-
out of the way.
I'm
but-
sure like once you're there, you're fine. It's just getting out of bed and turning off that alarm to go work out, knowing you could sleep longer.
Kimmy, I love how you go, yeah, I'd still get up at the same time, and then you proceed to spend the next 4 minutes bitching about getting up for
Well,
no
no,
reason.
but I know
sucks.
that I have to get up to go to work.
Okay.
I don't have to go to the gym.
Gotcha.
You know
Did you
what I
see
mean?
some of those dicks out here with the forehead headlamp running around here in the morning?
Yeah.
I
They're
saw
out
it.
this morning, man.
Yeah.
It's
I love how you call them dicks. What did they do to you, man?
no, but I mean,
Hey, Dick,
They're protecting
we're-
themselves from you.
it's dangerous. It's freezing ass cold, and you're out in the dark downtown walking around when there's like plows and like garbage trucks rolling.
That's why they
around.
wear the headlamps.
Yeah,
so you
it's-
can
That
see 'em.
headlamp does nothing.
No, it stands out.
No,
you can't
down the
miss
road,
it.
this looks like another car coming at me with a headlight out.
Let's
So you
see-
see it.
But
Nothing.
that headlight is stupid. It does nothing for you.
Bro, he's only upset because there's not a headlamp that would fit him. It would be a literal lamp. He would have to put a literal lamp on his head. 252 WCMF 252-9263. I'm also kind of starting to figure out as I get older.
What?
I think I like winter mornings more than I like summer
Oh,
mornings.
were you kidding me?
No,
Get
I'm
out.
serious.
You're nuts.
Summer, man.
know. You like sitting in your car freezing for the first like 10 minutes.
Well, I've got automatic starts. I don't have to do
So
that.
the
so do I, but it
summertime-
still takes forever to warm up.
I'll turn the outside lights on in the summertime.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll sit out there and have a cup of coffee in the morning.
Well, look at you.
It's nice.
So metropolitan. Check me out. I'm Truman Caputi.
What do you want to
Sam and
do?
make
So what are you doing in
coffee.
summertime?
Well, I don't like summertime mornings because like there's still sometimes like that humidity, but it's not hot and it's kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah,
and
but you
never
sit out there. It's nice.
You never sleep the right way, even with the air conditioning on. Like, there's something about winter evenings and early mornings where it's cold so you can sleep and it
You gotta
doesn't
put
bother.
layers
And
on.
this dank crap.
You gotta brush your car off if you don't have a garage.
It's so freaking depressing.
You've done this 30 years.
Yes.
And you bitch about it every day.
Yes, I
Yeah.
do.
Every single day.
I love this town. I hate this weather.
There is something about that quiet, peaceful snow falling on a winter's morning that does it for you.
You know, it's quiet on the summer morning too.
No, it's not. There's like a fox dying off in the distance. Wah! Wah! Wah!
It's probably some West Side mom.
No, like there's things that happen in summertime mornings. Wintertime mornings, everything's all buttoned up.
Well, yeah, because it's dead.
Yeah, so
Everything's dead.
I like dead.
Frozen,
No.
crunchy.
You need to appreciate the world around you.
I do.
I don't think you do.
When it's nice, I appreciate it.
I like looking out my window at it. That's about the extent of
But like
the
a
snow.
little bit of it, and then it melts, then it's slush, and it's brown,
Okay.
it's muddy.
All right, man. What is right? And you live in like picturesque winter town.
I do.
Oh,
I
what do
do.
we take down? A walk down a snow-laden soft.
But even my
canal.
wife, she wants to drive around, right? She wants to drive around and look at the lights. She ain't getting out of that car, man, for nothing.
Okay, maybe your wife needs to appreciate these things more, man.
Yeah, that's what I'll come home and demand.
You appreciate well, no, because you don't appreciate nothing either. Like you never take time to stop for a second, look around, and go,
Oh, that's a waste.
What do you mean it's a
What do
waste?
you stop and look at what?
Why live?
Hey,
in,
look at a flower.
Why live in the town you live in if you're not going to stop and appreciate the scenery?
I see it. I've seen it. How many times are you going to look at the same thing
Okay.
and go, wow,
Yeah, what do you mean? You can stop and look at the same thing over and over again.
a
and
snowy building?
notice new things about it.
I don't know. At least it's the same to me every time.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're having this discussion. This woman yelling at me last night at hockey. I don't know how you get up so early. It sucks.
She's like scolding you?
Yeah, he's almost like, hey, lady, I don't have any other skill that can pay me, so I kind of have to do this. But as I'm thinking about it, getting up this morning, and I realize we don't have any rush hour traffic. It is the most peaceful drive into work all by ourselves.
I get all my reading done on the way in.
This morning, we know you don't know how to read. This morning, with the snow falling, it was just like this most peaceful, like zen, like
majestic.
And yeah, we wouldn't get that if we had normal hours. And it goes for the same for you folks listening now. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Oh, tell me. Okay, Kimmy, could you give me line 1, please? Thank you. Hey, Ben, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, no, it's like it's been since yesterday. No, so I recently moved up to the village of Ontario, and so I went from driving from Canandaigua to work, and it was like I had to get up at 3 a.m. I'm not a fan of, but I did it because I had to. But at the same time, it was still nice because it was like me and one other car on the road, and like even from Ontario to East Rochester, where I work at, it's like maybe it increased to like 4 cars on the road. But I'll take that any day over crap rush hour traffic and
crap rush hour traffic.
I
Worst traffic album of all time.
Well, I get why Ben wouldn't want to do rush hour traffic.
Why? What happened?
Well, there was that one time.
Yeah.
He blew a tire.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and he's out on the side of the road. He's down on one knee trying to change a tire, right? Yeah. And it takes a lot of work, so he's panting. And you know how long Ben's tongue is, right?
Oh, right.
He's laying out in the road.
Oh no.
Yeah.
My tongue, Ontario. I work in East Rochester. I don't care.
He's knobbing a guy?
What the hell?
Ben, great call, Ben. Thanks for the call, buddy.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and make it out to Bill Gray's this weekend.
Oh, go hanging out with Kimmy at Bill Gray's in Chi-Li.
See you out there, Ben.
Who's the lucky gal?
2 reasons not to go.
Actually, I'm probably going to bring my kids.
All right.
Okay.
Ben and his kids hanging out with Kimmy. Check it out. Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
See you.
All right, there goes Ben.
I always hate running into guys who have their kids with them who I know have no control over their kids.
How do you know Ben has no control?
We've never seen Ben with his kids.
We know some guys that they have no control. They have no respect for their parents, and it's uncomfortable to watch after a while.
No, but we don't know that about Ben.
I don't.
Well,
I
he's
don't.
just saying in general.
In general, but I'm guessing.
Why?
What do you mean, why? He calls a radio station every day so we can kick him in the mouth. Every day.
You never know what a man's relationship with his kids
Yeah,
are
you
like.
don't. You know.
Like there are some guys.
It's just a vibe. It's just a vibe.
A vibe. Don't start using vibe because the other day we explained vibe to you.
It's a vibe.
It's a vibe. You sound like Breezy down on PXY. It's a vibe. It's a vibe, Tommy. It's a vibe. No, man. Like I can think of like 3 or 4 guys off the top of my head who are complete clown douchebags, right? They're idiots, and their kids love them, and they do everything they say.
I also know guys that are complete douchebags that get disrespected by their children.
Disrespected.
And you
by
know
their
the same
children.
people.
Bro, I can't wait until your grandson is old enough to look you in the face and tell you, "Shut up, old man. What are you going to do about it?" And there's nothing you can do about it.
My wife won't tolerate that.
Oh, you look at you. You don't talk to your step-grandfather that way. He sacrificed nothing for you. That's the thing, man. You ain't even got that card to play. What I sacrificed when you were before I met.
But he don't know. I can make stuff up.
Bro, he's gonna know.
No, when they're little, they don't.
Bro, you don't think
Well, you're going to make up war stories that don't exist?
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna steal valor.
Yeah.
Stolen valor, Tom.
To a kid. It'll be made up wars.
Fake wars?
Yeah.
Okay.
The War of 74.
Like the time when we invaded Halifax. I was there with those boys when we stormed that gift shop.
We got a dynamite War of Halifax kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. Are you ready?
Everybody's going crazy, man.
The closer we get, the bigger the pit in my stomach. I mean, bro, it's absolutely ridiculous. Bills, Chiefs, 6:30 Sunday Night Live right here on CMF. You just heard from Ben. Not only is he going to be hanging out at Bill Gray's and
his children.
That's right. Kimmy will be out there with the CMF crew. Go hang out with her Sunday 6:30 to watch this game. All right.
Yeah.
Coming off a pretty decent Tommy Tells It Like It Is week.
Yeah,
But
but I
this-
got a whopper this week to handle. This is the big one.
And like, here's the thing, man. There are so many moving parts to this game.
It's so tough.
We don't even know which Bills will be dressing.
What Bills team are we going to get?
You got it. And it's Mahomes' first ever road playoff game. It's really this
Ever.
whole roster's first ever road playoff game.
It's the first time he's seen fans in the stands at the stadium.
You
right?
got it. We don't know what the reaction's going to be. So, with that in mind, we have a Football Friday divisional round edition. Tommy tells it like it is just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Just after 9 o'clock, we have our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
They'll be in to recap Tommy's picks from this morning, and just after 6:45.
What do you got?
I mean, the anxiety of win or go home is hard enough. Knowing that you are 3 wins away from that eternal escaping championship. But there's more to this game than that when it comes to what's at stake. Because as Bills fans, we asked for this.
Yes.
Not only did we ask for it a couple of weeks ago by name, we've been saying for the last couple of years, well, if we had this, things would be different.
Right.
We got it.
Right.
And when it comes to one specific man who stands on that Bills sideline, a win on Sunday not only catapults you to a win away from your first ever Super Bowl appearance, it gets a major monkey off your back.
Okay.
A loss on Sunday may brand you something for the rest of your career,
Oh, yeah.
even if you manage to accomplish this later down the road. And we'll get into all of it throughout the day here on a Football Friday in the break room on CMF. Plus, you know what we do after 7 on Fridays.
Oh, we get down and we get creepy.
That's right, Creep Cap, and a whole bunch more here on CMF. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting 2 weeks at the Frederick Douglass Greater Rochester International Airport and RV show.
Big news,
Yeah.
man. That was like an international story this morning.
So last week, somebody brought a handgun again, so that was exciting.
Right.
Yesterday, involving a plane.
Yeah.
And being on this plane, we know would be scary.
Oh, yeah, because that a big plane.
That a big plane.
But you're already nervous not being on that big plane,
Right.
being on that not big plane.
It's a tight jet.
But let's not forget,
Yeah.
there are folks that had to take flights after that,
Oh.
having no idea what was going on in the moment.
You might have saw it happen.
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. if you were on this plane, you probably walked off with dirty undies.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And there's a whole bunch just past the actual incident that makes it like a whole bunch worse. But past the folks that were on the plane, let's not forget, airports are full of people all the time.
Yeah.
And, daily schedules don't stop for something like this, which means there was a whole bunch of hubbub and chaos and things people were watching out those giant glass windows having no idea what was going on. And time for you to board, buddy. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45. It's the biggest home playoff game in 30 years.
Yeah.
30 years.
Sure.
And what makes it more complicated, past the win or go home point, there are two more reasons why this game matters in the ethos of Bills legendariness. One involves us Bills fans who wanted this, and we asked for it.
You got it.
We got it. The second involves the legacy of a man who stands on the sideline, and his legacy will either be cemented negatively or changed positively forever come Sunday night.
Yeah.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, a plane skidded off the runway during a landing at the Rochester airport. So it happened just before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 50 passengers and 3 crew members went for a ride they weren't anticipating. So just think about how small that plane was.
Yeah.
That was coming in from Philadelphia that only had 50 passengers on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tight little plane, man.
Okay.
And it's bumpy. Those little planes are bumpy as hell.
How did you make that sound creepy?
But
It's a tight little plane.
it's tight, man.
Yeah, fresh out the hangar.
And there were people that got on that plane that were already nervous just based on the size of the plane.
So my wife hates these
Yeah.
planes.
Yeah.
Hates them.
But you don't have a choice.
No, like
Yeah.
we had to take a one like that, but props from Toronto, and she was like freaking out.
Bro, if I can sit in a window seat, reach my hand to the right, and touch the head of the other guy in the other window seat, I don't want to be in that plane.
But I like talking to the pilot. It's nice.
So they blame the snow on this plane skidding off the runway. I mean, you got to slow down in snowy conditions. Also, the folks that were on the plane had to get off the plane in the middle of a snowy airfield.
Yeah, like there. They had
Yeah.
to bring out the buses to pick them up.
Yeah, they brought out the bus and brought them onto a terminal, which also sucks because as soon as that plane lands, you already have in your head that clock where I will be getting off, I'll be getting to the gate, I'll be getting to my car. Like, you're already home in your head.
Right.
And this is going to throw a serious wrench into
So
that.
do you get to take your overhead stuff out, like all your luggage, or do they say, like, leave it, we'll bring it to you?
Well, that's a good question.
Because you're just getting on a bus right now. Like, because most people know small flights, they just have carry-on.
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you like, well, I want to grab all my stuff first.
Well, you would also think you got to get those people out of the plane as fast as possible. God forbid there's
Yeah,
like
you
a
don't know.
leak or
Yeah.
damage
Sure.
or something. Yeah,
Right.
that's a good question. You got to wait for your carry-on.
Yeah.
Oh, how about there's someone sitting in the cell phone lot waiting for people on that plane having no idea what. Come on!
Oh, the loser lot?
I think good.
What is the loser lot?
The cell phone lot, that's the biggest loser area on
No,
the
I would
planet.
argue like that's the good friend lot or good
Which makes you
family
a
member lot.
loser because not only did you not get to go on the vacation with your friend or family, you're now summoned to wait in this purgatory of, when I land, I will call you, and then you can come pick me up. But do not do anything until I call. You're not worthy enough to even be near the airport yet.
Never thought of it that way.
You're like a subject. You're like the biggest loser in like your group of friends. If you're
I
you're
hope
sitting in a
nobody
cell
ever comes
phone
to
lot.
pick your ass up again.
Seriously, man, you're the worst.
You know how many
person-
times I've been in a cell phone lot, man? I used to live in a cell phone lot. Look at the people next to you, man. All losers.
They're just regular people.
Oh,
waiting.
they're like fat. They got big noses. One pupil's bigger than the other.
So things worked out just fine for folks that were on the plane.
Yeah.
But there were plenty of flights that had to continue on that day. And it's possible that two things happened during this incident at the Frederick Douglass Greater Rochester International Airport and awning facility. There are either folks that, A, watched that plane skid off the runway.
Yeah.
And then had to get on their plane.
Right.
Or B, it was so far away from the terminal that they saw the fire trucks and the first responder
the lights.
All
vehicles
Yeah.
the emergency vehicles going by.
speeding out to the
Yeah.
airfield,
Right.
having no idea what
Oh,
just
my
happened,
God.
and now it's time for you to board. If you saw that go down before your flight, are you thinking twice about getting on your plane?
Probably, but you're still going to get on. Nobody's turning heel and leaving, man.
Well, but this
You're
isn't-
there. and all that crap you got to go through to go on a flight. Let's say you're at the gate.
Yeah.
You're going to you just spent all that time invested in wherever you're going. And you're going home. And the odds are so sea-hairish.
The odds were sea-hairish for that to happen.
The problem is, it's not like there was anything wrong with that plane. It
Right.
was simple. It was the
Weather,
weather, which
right.
all planes could be affected by, which would make me more nervous.
Oh.
Because there weren't any delay. I didn't see anything about delays afterwards in the store.
No.
Right? How about our boss? We told you.
Yeah.
Our boss from Kansas City flew in on Wednesday, left yesterday.
Yeah.
His flight left right
Right
as
after
this was
that.
happening.
Oh, they passed each other.
It's possible. It's possible. They taxied down a runway, look out the window, and there's a sideways
no.
plane. Right? Somebody tried to tow it out. It's like a scene off of 390.
Oh, Jesus.
How do you tow a plane off of the side of the road?
I think they have big tractors or something to pull the damn thing out.
Okay, but I would also
Like
be
the same ones that push it out, I think.
I would also be nervous. Well, yeah, but you have to get a hold of that thing and pull it back onto the runway, right?
It can't be fun.
And I would also worry, every little piece of a plane is important, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't damage the plane when you try and yank it back out of the grass.
You
do
could.
You? Can planes go in reverse?
Yeah, because they back out of the terminal.
No, they push him back.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
know. I don't
Oh, I
know.
see what you're
I think you're. Yeah, I don't think so because they had that little tractor guy.
Yeah.
Little tractor guy.
The little tug guy.
Hey, we got a flight going out to Dallas from Rochester. Can we get the little tractor guy? Little tractor guy coming out gate 15. Little tractor guy. 252 WCMF talking about this plane at the airport yesterday. Skidded off the runway after landing. 50 passengers, 3 crew members went for that ride they weren't expecting. Folks on the plane said it felt like when your car skids off the road and ends up hitting the side over in the grass, which also is unsettling because when it happens in your car, it sucks.
Oh yeah.
But you're at the wheel.
Yeah.
And we all have this idea, even though it's wrong, that we're in control. When you have no control.
Yeah.
No control.
Yeah.
You are now just at the whim of whoever is at the stick of that plane and whatever the plane decides it's going to do. Your first thought was it would have to be we're going to flip sideways or we're going upside down, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And who knows the speed that you're at when that thing skidded off the runway.
Yeah, because it's kind of vague. It obviously it was taxiing, but you could still be hauling. You can still be hauling ass on the ground.
Yeah.
Right?
You're slowing
so they
down,
slow because that's always that when it gets so damn loud and stuff when they're trying to stop it. You can almost hear the guy hitting the brakes.
Bro, it's the worst part of any flight.
Oh, I don't like it. You're home.
You like the landing?
Yeah, it didn't bother me.
Oh, I think
you don't
the
like to
landing,
fly, though.
Yeah,
You're not a
the
fly guy.
landing bothers me the least.
Really?
It's the takeoff that
Yeah.
bothers me more.
No, because first of all, I
Because
can't.
the landing, I'm like, oh, okay, we're at the ground now.
Yeah.
No, but Tommy said it. You're still doing what,
Yeah.
400 miles an hour?
Whatever you're doing, yeah, you're hauling ass.
And they have to hit the brakes immediately, and
Yeah.
you feel the whole plane
But those little planes, you really feel it
Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it so much. How do you people like flying?
because I hate driving.
Yeah.
I'd
It's just so
rather-
fast.
I can't drive to Florida or fly to Florida.
No,
I'll
but-
take flying every time than hours in a car.
No, but the landing part is driving. He's driving the plane
Quick,
on the
quick, quick,
ground.
baby.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's quick, 400 miles an hour on the ground. Slam the brakes on now.
But they're all professional.
Okay.
That's what I like. Car, it's amateur hour.
Okay.
Once you get into a plane, it's all pros.
Yeah. There's lots of people we know that are professionals at their jobs.
Yeah.
And they're friends with us. What does that tell you?
They're all top people in their fields.
Okay.
Top people.
Okay. You gonna tell me there's somewhere the worst pilot in America is waking up this morning going, I'm about to go take someone on a flight today, and you don't know if you have the worst pilot in America.
Yeah, but he's still pretty good
How do you know?
because he's still a pilot. He's still in one piece.
It's same with your doctor, right? Someone is the worst doctor in America and is going to get up and practice this morning, and you don't know if you have that doctor that finished last in the worst class in America.
You know if you have the worst doctor
How's that?
when you're sitting in a waiting room and people are coming out screaming.
Can I ask a potentially morbid question?
Yeah, go on.
So, this worked out just fine, right? Let's
Yeah.
say, God forbid, something
Yeah.
terrible happened.
Right.
Do they shut down the airport for the rest of the day?
I think they have to because they usually can't use the. I mean, usually if
Depending on
if
where
there's
it
a
is.
disaster, they can't use the airport.
Well, there's multiple runways at
I know,
airports,
but
right?
until they clear that stuff out, I don't think because Rochester doesn't have a lot of options for runways.
Yeah,
so,
I get maybe you shut down Rochester because it's a small airport.
but like
Yeah.
Kennedy,
Yeah,
a big. I think they shut those places down.
If you shut down Kennedy or LaGuardia
Oh, it's
or
a
Atlanta,
nightmare.
I mean, you would.
Hundreds of flights.
And don't
yeah.
forget, you got flights coming in.
That's what I mean. You would
Like,
be.
Yeah.
You'd be
I don't-
affecting all. I mean, think about transfers there.
I hope we never find out. Because like when you sit at those major airports, you're like waiting on a flight, like those planes are like stacked up in
Yeah.
the distance. That's just on a normal day. You could be looking at 10 planes coming
Right.
and waiting to land.
It would. I mean, like shutting.
I guess they'd have to open it up.
Shutting one of those airports down could shut down air travel around the country for
Yeah.
Even
until it's
shutting
open
down
again.
a terminal in one of those airports is
You know
gonna
what? They
mess
probably
up the
use
list.
the parking lot land in there.
Yeah, that's probably what they do. Everyone move. Don't care that you're paying. No, move. We need a little tractor guy out here to move all the cars off of the top of the parking garage. All right, so everything's cool.
Yeah.
Everyone is safe. Just a fun story for 50 people now to tell their families
Oh,
after they
yeah.
got back to
And
Rochester.
I'm guessing most of those people are business people.
Why do you say that?
It's a commuter flight from Philly up here in the middle of the week. That's usually like business people.
Yeah, I know all those Philly businesses that get cheesesteaks, buy, sell, buy, sell.
You don't think there's business
Well, it
people that
could
make
be
connecting
a-
flights from Philly up to Rochester?
No,
50
but
of
it could
them.
also
Yeah.
be a stop on your way home from like Florida or something, right?
What do you mean, here?
Yeah, you wouldn't
Yeah.
transfer it.
No, we're not a hub.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying like Philly
up.
could have
Yeah,
been
but
the
I'm
stop.
saying like midweek, those
Because like I've
commuter
taken
flights.
flights from here to Philly and then go where I want to go. You know what I mean?
But midweek,
And
I'm
back.
guessing it's mostly business.
No, Kimmy, you know. All
Which means those guys had to go fly out. My
Yeah.
point being,
I know. Like, you
those
just made
guys
up
had
a
to fly
story.
out tomorrow.
You made up a story. You could have just been like, maybe someone has to get on a plane tomorrow that was on that plane.
No, they're still working on the Murphy project.
Get the hell out of
Yeah,
here.
and that then they're close to closing that deal.
Wait, they're close to eating that whole cheesesteak?
So.
I'm going to puke. I'm going to puke right now.
But
What?
she did the best she could this morning.
The closer we get to this game,
Yeah.
Will you relax?
I can't. I cannot relax. There
It's
was-
Friday. You're going to be nuts by Sunday.
Look, man,
Your ass is going to be
I
in a
know.
knot.
He is going to be nuts.
And we have to wait till 6:30 to watch the
Yeah.
effing
And by the way,
game.
that's not the worst time because it could have been an 8:30 game.
Bro,
At least you're
no.
getting it 2 hours.
No, it wouldn't
Yeah.
have been. This is the last possible game.
No, but you know, like usually the night games are late.
yeah.
There is so much at stake in this game on Sunday. I mean, there's the basic win or go home. Your season goes
boy.
on, or your season is over.
And they're limping.
But there's more. Oh boy, are they limping.
Yeah, my God.
But there's more to that.
What?
Not just for us Bills fans, but for a man that stands on the sideline. Because
Oh, yeah.
come Sunday night, we Bills fans either look like geniuses or idiots, and this man on the sideline has his legacy nailed into stone for better or for worse.
And he's the perfect guy. He is the perfect guy for these two scenarios because his profile fits both. Like, if you look at his face, he could be either one of those guys.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? Because he also looks like that. Like, oh,
We'll get into it
oh,
next to the
right, I
break
get
room.
in my donut.
On 96.5 WCMF. This game on Sunday in Orchard Park is big enough.
Oh,
with
yeah.
one of these teams' seasons ending when it's finished. But for the Bills and for Bills fans, there's more to it than that.
Yeah.
For the fan base, we're now faced with something that we asked for, not only for the last couple of years, but literally like 3 weeks ago. And for one man on that Bills sideline, this game will be a deciding factor for how he's viewed for the rest of his time on this planet.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be branded this. You're right. He'll be branded this Sunday.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means.
We going to get creepy, buddy.
That's right. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. Creep cap. And here comes the train in Fairport.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
I didn't know they
right.
had that camera footage.
Okay, not only are we going to tell you a remarkable hero story, it's got a break room relate. A
No, it
close
doesn't.
one.
Oh.
A close
I was
one.
unaware.
Wait until you hear this.
Wait, when are our boys?
We'll get into it just after 7
Really?
o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Bills, Chiefs, Sunday, divisional playoffs, Orchard Park, 6:30 p.m. live on CMF. If you want to watch the game,
Watch it.
you can do it with Ole Miss Kimmy.
Wait, Lady K? Where's she going to be?
Kimmy's going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chilai.
Oh.
It's a great place to watch a game, man.
It's the best.
They got 3 heads on tap.
Yeah.
The food is delicious. Everyone who works there, the coolest people
And
ever.
it's a real sports bar.
Yes, it's a real sports bar.
Legit.
Yes, it is a real
Yeah.
sports bar.
You feel it.
Let it go, man.
Seriously, it's a
Let it
losing
go.
argument.
They keep it tight.
So go hang out with Kimmy at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chilai with your friends from CMF. We all know what's at stake here on Sunday.
No, it's everything.
It's the best rivalry in the NFL the last 5 years. We have a Chiefs team that has won multiple Super Bowls.
You could possibly watch the greatest game ever.
Yes. I mean,
It's always been a good game between these two teams,
It's-
regardless of the
Yeah.
outcome.
well, look, you got the 2 best quarterbacks in the NFL dueling for the 7th time. And that's pressure.
Yeah.
But it's not all that's at stake here.
What's up?
The Buffalo Bills, under Sean McDermott, have yet to beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs. They're 0-2. However, the Bills have won 3 straight regular season games against Kansas City, and all of them in impressive fashion.
Yeah.
They've had their season ended twice by Mahomes, but Mahomes can't beat them when they come to Kansas City the last 3
Right.
times.
In the regular season.
Yes.
Yeah.
When they've had their playoffs ended by Kansas City, the argument from every Bills fan on the planet has been, well, it was an Arrowhead. If the Chiefs had to come to Orchard Park in January, this would be a different story.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
we got what we wished for. And here's the thing. That's not just after-season crazy Bills talk either. Most Bills fans said they wanted this matchup at home 3 weeks ago when the possibility of it happening presented itself. Kimmy, you said it into a microphone? Tommy, you said it into a
Sure.
microphone? I said it into my microphone. We could have had an opportunity in an alternate universe if Miami had beaten Kansas City, where we would have a dome team led by a rookie quarterback and a rookie head coach coming to Orchard Park this Sunday for the game.
So we would have had Texas?
Houston, yeah.
All right.
Now that it's here, do you regret wanting Mahomes, and would you rather have the Texans?
No, I mean, this is just the greatest event. This is, to me, this is going to be bigger than the Super Bowl, to me.
Okay.
I mean, people made that argument that 13 seconds game. I mean, they said, like, how can it get any better than
Right.
this?
And now you get a rematch. I mean, this is like Hollywood.
So both of you are standing that you wanted this game.
Yeah.
Yes and no. I mean, I think you want this game because you want the Bills to prove that they can get over that hump. Like, you want it for pride reasons. In terms of, like, the easiest path, you may want the Texans. I mean, not that they're, a walkover, but definitely it's the way the Bills.
You sound a little torn, Kimmy.
The way the Bills have had problems with Kansas City, you may want to take a shot with another team.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I mean, look at it this way. Most Bills fans wanted the Chiefs. We got the Chiefs.
Right.
If things don't go well this weekend, a lot of us are going to look like idiots.
Yes.
Especially if Baltimore goes out and blows the doors off the Texans
Yes.
come
Oh, yeah.
Saturday, right? And here's the thing. That's pressure. That is pressure. But there is more to it than just that.
What's that?
Bills head coach Sean McDermott has a single knock on him. Because here's the thing, Tommy. He's got a very impressive resume. He's got the highest winning percentage in Bills history. He's ended the playoff drought. He is 5-1 at home in the playoffs.
Yeah, he's a regular in the playoffs.
Yeah, made the postseason 5 of the last 6 years. The Bills have won 4 straight AFC East crowns. But he's become the can't win the big game coach.
Yeah.
National media believes when the chips are down, in his biggest moments, he wilts. And the Chiefs have been the hump that he cannot get over.
Yeah.
You can make the argument that this game on Sunday is the biggest game of Sean McDermott's career.
Yeah, it's going to brand him.
If you beat Kansas City on Sunday, the monkey is off your back. You are now playing with house money to go to the Super Bowl next weekend.
Yeah.
If you don't,
What?
your legacy will be forever. He couldn't get to this team to the heights they could have reached with the talent they had.
So he's going to be known as King Choke.
Yeah.
Because every other, golf, they love to throw that on guys all the time. Especially was it Phil Mickelson? They called him Chokelson.
Greg Norman?
The greatest choke artist of all time. So, yeah, he'll be King Choke. And I said it before we went to break. His face fits both profiles.
What do you mean?
Because, if you look at his face, you can see, he got over the hump. Look at it. Look.
Yeah.
He's King Choke, man. Look at that face. He looks like King Choke. I crown you King Chokelson.
There are also things that add to that, too, because you're going up against a coach that you once coached under. It's a guy that you learned from, which I think also adds to that dynamic of you'll never get over that hump. You'll never get over the guy that taught you, that got you here in a way.
Which is funny because Andy Reid for a long time was also branded the coach that
Yeah,
could win the
absolutely.
big one, right?
Yeah.
They went to 4 straight NFC championship games and lost a Super Bowl in Philadelphia.
But
And
now
on top
everybody
of that, go ahead.
But everybody looks at that guy now. Andy Reid is like the NFL's grandfather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the guy,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And on top of that, all these games that you've lost have been so close that you can point to actual coaching decisions and challenges and things like that and say that's where you messed up as a coach.
Which is funny because, look, being an NFL coach, and I know it pays well, and I know there are lots of perks to that job, so I'm not sitting here being like, oh, poor Sean McDermott, but the job of an NFL coach is unfair in this way. You're right, Kimmy. There are several moments you can point to this season.
When it comes down to, those little picky things.
Yes.
When it's that close of a game.
Yes. But very rarely when a coach has a game like the Bills have been having the last couple of weeks. And look, credit to the media in this town. They've been giving Sean McDermott his flowers for what he's been able to do. But the I can't believe you did that wrong crowd is always louder than the look at this run they're putting together with fantastic coaching from Sean McDermott crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And here's what makes it more complicated.
What's
This
that?
Bills-Chiefs game on Sunday for the legacy of Sean McDermott. This could be the last year you have a chance to change the he can't get over the hump
They say the
narrative.
time's running out.
Well, so not because McDermott's at risk of losing his job, because he's not.
No. It's talent-wise.
Not even that.
You don't think?
Even if
I
the
mean,
Bills stay talented, here's the problem.
What?
We could be watching in real time the Chiefs starting to fade from the position that they've been in the last couple of years. The Chiefs have struggled this season. And in shocking fashion, fun fact, do you know that the Kansas City Chiefs only scored 30 points 3 times this season?
Oh, wow.
The Chiefs!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you
And-
got rid of that. You got rid of Tyreek.
Well, there's a bunch of things that happen.
But that was a key. That kid was unstoppable in Kansas City.
What we're watching, Tommy, and the Tariq move is part of it, when a salary cap takes hold of a dynasty team, they...
Chips away.
Exactly. And it's possible that over the next couple of years, the Chiefs are not the Chiefs that we've become accustomed to.
Yeah.
This could be Buffalo's, McDermott's last chance to beat the Chiefs while everyone still sees them as a juggernaut. Because let's say the Chiefs don't win the division next year,
Yeah.
and you beat them in the wild card.
Yeah.
It's hollow.
They're a shell of themselves.
Let's say they don't make the playoffs at all and your Bills team makes a run. There's going to be those voices that come out and say, well, you only went deep because Mahomes wasn't there.
All right.
And there's
that's a valid argument.
and there's proof of it, Tommy.
Yeah.
It happened when the Bills couldn't beat the Patriots the last time they saw them with Tom Brady. Because the argument has been the only reason the Bills took over the AFC East is because Brady left. You didn't claim the crown. Brady handed it to you. And they were so close with Brady in those last 2 games. I don't want to hear that again with Mahomes, right?
So you got to take care of business.
Yes. Why you speaking?
Well, it's how life goes, right? You get what you want, but now your team's all banged up. Like you got them where you want them, but you're limping up to the ball.
Yeah, well,
And that's kind of how life goes, right? You don't get it all, right?
but that's what makes the NFL so remarkable, right? Like nothing ever goes to plan. And Tommy's referring to the injury report. For those that don't know, the Bills have
It's the phone book.
Yeah.
It's bad.
It didn't improve much.
No, but again, nobody seems alarmed. Like, you talk to the players, nobody seems alarmed. So I'm hoping again that it's gamesmanship.
So it's jive. He's trying to jive and hustle.
And giving those guys as much
KC.
time as possible.
Yeah.
To keep my sanity, that's what I'm going to go
All right.
with. That's what I'm going with.
All right.
There's also one more thing we're forgetting of why this all comes down to McDermott in the end. We're also forgetting he is the defensive coordinator and head coach at the same time. Like, he has more responsibility than ever this season, and it's just more things to point to when things go wrong.
But in a weird way,
I'm not saying it hasn't worked.
Well, I mean, there are arguments. There are things you could point to show where it worked in the season, and there are things you could point to show where it didn't work. And when they made this announcement in the offseason, I did not like this. Did not like it at all. But in a very strange way, again, going back to your point about how we never know how these seasons work out, Sean McDermott, being his own defensive coordinator, might actually save this team this weekend. And you can argue it saved them last weekend. A.J. Klein, Bills linebacker. He's the guy that on Tuesday was not an NFL player. And on Wednesday,
Is this a RV going to Key West guy?
you got it. He had not played an NFL snap all season. He was supposed to take an RV trip with his kids to the Florida Keys, and the Bills called him because he'd been on the roster before, and they go,
Hey, what are you doing? You want to come over?
A.J. Klein was supposed to play special teams this weekend.
Yeah.
He ends up playing the majority of the game as the linebacker that makes the calls for that defense, and he led the team in tackles.
Amazing.
The only reason that worked is because Sean McDermott was calling that defense himself. He knew what A.J. Klein knew. He knew what A.J. Klein didn't know, and he could directly communicate to A.J. Klein in the huddle through that speaker. And that may have to happen again on Sunday.
Gonna have to happen probably, right?
And it's very strange. It is very strange how if you have somebody in between those two guys calling the defense, it may not work.
All right.
You have the guy who designed it. You have the guy who knows where everyone has to be, and he's the one in A.J. Klein's ear going, this is what I need you to do here.
I think one thing you can say about Sean McDermott is that that guy, this is all he does. He's not a media darling. Nobody wants to put him in a commercial. Nobody cares about this guy. So, like, his entire focus is just being a coach. You know what I mean? Like, you could just see, like, this guy, this is all he's on this planet for.
But folks also argue that's a negative for him. Because
it could be.
He gets too deep in the weeds. He gets too far into
controlling
his own
almost.
heads. Yeah, that too, yeah.
Right.
Too much control.
But he's also there's no media light on him. Like if it's going to be him and Andy Reid, well, all the attention goes to Andy Reid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're just
But
another
that's
coach on the other
lately,
side.
I don't know. Has that always been Andy Reid throughout his career? You know what I mean?
Well, negative or positive. I mean, don't forget he played in Philly, or he coached in Philly.
Yeah.
But now he's like everybody knows who Andy Reid is.
Yes.
Like now he's on 2/3 of the commercials during his football game.
Yeah. And they're always good commercials.
Just give me them nuggies.
Do it again with them nuggies.
That little fat hand going towards those nuggies are hysterical.
All right. So here's the positive
All right.
as we have this anxiety-ridden discussion about Sunday night's game. The Bills have all the motivation.
Oh, yeah.
You're the better team, but Vegas is only giving you 2.5, and that's just for being the home team. Vegas looks at these two teams as exactly equal. You, as the Bills, earned the 2 seed and home field, but all of the national talking heads are picking the Chiefs to upset you at home. You are about to go out and play this game in front of 72,000 people who paid a fortune to be there, will be standing in 10-degree weather and screaming from the bottom of their throats to try and give you a home field advantage. The Bills want it more.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
The question we won't know until Sunday night, is that going to be enough?
All right. Well, it's a lot. Because even the booth is on your side.
Well, no, it's weird because Tony Romo loves Mahomes and he loves Josh Allen. So where's he coming down on
But Jim
this
Nance seems to really like this area of the country.
Well, they put him in the Hall of Fame at Oak Hill. You kind of have to.
You got to root for us.
You mean, are you talking about my close personal friend, Jim Nance?
Yeah, your bro. Your Detroit buddy.
That's right. Just a couple of Detroit bros hanging out outside a coffee shop, taking selfies.
No
That's
big
right.
deal.
No big deal. All right. It is continuing our very important Football Friday.
Yeah.
Tommy, you got some picks to make.
I'm ready.
And we brought up the injuries. We brought up not knowing what this Chiefs team is. We brought up Mahomes having his first ever road playoff game. The Chiefs having never done this before. The weird season they're having. It's going to be a tough game to call. You ready?
Oh, of course I'm ready.
You said you have the best bonus pick you've ever had in your life.
Ever.
You said
Epic bonus pick.
You said it came to you in a vision.
Yeah, through the hat.
You forgot the hat, didn't you?
I don't need it.
So you forgot.
I'm ready.
So you forgot the hat.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, great. We'll get to that just after 7:45, and Tommy tells it like it is. And our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger.
Oh, okay.
And from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Are these going to be here?
That's right. Just after 9 o'clock to recap those picks. But first, Tommy, it's Friday. You know what that means.
We got to creep it out.
That's right. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, the creep cap. And you want to talk about hero of hero moments, man.
And we know this person?
They have a break room connection.
Really?
I will share with you what that connection is. This hero in Fairport who kept a man from being obliterated to smithereens by a train. And, you know, we always talk about on the show, you don't know if you're a hero until you're put in that hero situation. But even if you were scared here, you may act only to not witness one of the most horrific things you'd ever see in your life.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. One East Side man is alive this morning, thanks to the heroic actions of another who was in the right place at the right time.
Amazing.
And it may have been the years of training this hero had that kept this man from being blasted into 1,000 pieces. Because if you put any other person in this spot, I don't know how many people are getting near this car.
Or know what to do.
Exactly.
And you got to do it in an instant.
Yeah.
Yes, literally.
Yeah, you got to jump.
If something goes wrong, there's no way that person in the car walks through their front door last night.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that story in just a second. But we have business to take care of.
Yeah, buddy.
A creepy kind of business.
A creepy train.
People all over the world join in.
Creep train.
Oh, how do you not know this song? It's one of the, every time. It's one of the most famous songs of all time. They use it in a Coors Light commercial. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's called the Creep Cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
Wait, she was naked?
No, you can see everything.
Oh, okay. So
I mean,
you
it
go.
wasn't.
$50.
It wasn't like Beaver Hunt, but But I mean, you saw her crotch and her nips.
252.
Crotch and nips, one of my favorite morning shows in the 70s.
We're crotching nips. There's like literature we could read where we'd be like, okay, but we're not going to do that.
The complete book of spanking.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, you're so funny.
What happened? Bro, your tongue isn't even working anymore.
It was last night. You know it was working. I don't have to say it. Your mom.
I got it. These girlfriends.
And this is the most coiffed woman on the planet.
Okay, why is it creepy when you say that?
Yeah, I don't know why. It's very off-putting.
She groomed all the way around. She groomed.
Again, that made it worse.
That area has to look like...
Okay.
It has to look like Augusta in April.
Why I agree with you and you...
On CBS.
See?
Hello, friend.
Hello, friend. Hello, friend.
Why'd you say it twice?
I didn't. I think it breaks right to left on this one.
You're there?
See the cherry?
Yeah.
The cherry?
Yeah.
The cherry.
Okay, here. Hey, you see that cherry? You're choking on it because you're an idiot.
Oh, yeah, because it tastes like your mom? I made that up. She ain't got no cherry.
Oh, my God.
Free pornography.
Yes.
Right in your hand.
It's one of the greatest accomplishments since the moon landing.
Okay. Well, that could be changing.
What, they going to start whacking in a whack?
No,
You catch it on the back end.
not that.
Like, every time we're banging and I smell something that doesn't smell like sex, I'd be nervous.
At your age, I would assume you always smell something that doesn't smell like sex.
You'd have to ask your mom about that. To the bowels of the stadium.
Welcome
to the bowels of the
tunnel.
stadium, Miss Coiffee. Ooh, you smell so good, Coiffee. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap, CMF. This story comes to us from Fairport.
What happened?
Wednesday night, just after 7 p.m., a car took a wrong turn onto the train tracks.
So they were
Yikes.
turning, but they
Yeah.
thought they were turning onto a street, and they
guess.
turned directly
Yeah.
onto the train track.
Yeah.
They're on the train tracks,
Right.
there in the village.
In Fairport.
Driving on the tracks.
Yeah.
And the car ends up getting stuck. To make things worse, there is a train about 60 seconds away from where that car is.
Old trains are coming.
Bro, it's a bad movie. It's
Yeah.
a bad...
Like,
oh,
what are the
no!
odds, right?
Right?
I don't know. I guess I don't know how often a train passes through there, but like, what are the odds that it's coming within 60 seconds?
By the way, if you talk to anyone at Fairport, the train. All they do is bitch about the trains
Yeah.
at Fairport, which also pisses off trains, guys. So, by the grace of God,
Yeah.
just the right man was there at just the right time. Bill Evans lives in Fairport. He spent 43 years as a firefighter. He spent 45 years working for 911. You don't get more emergency situation.
Boy, did you say 45 years?
Yeah, 45 years at 911. When he first started, it was just 9.
So this is not a young cat.
No, he's an older gentleman.
Yeah.
Older gentleman.
He's got to be my age or older.
It's hard to tell because you look so poor at your age. It's, you know what I mean? Like,
Okay, can we make it about the train right now?
it looks like your face got hit by a train. Bill was driving by as this train was right down the tracks. He stops his car. He gets the other man out of the car and a safe distance away right before the train came through and smashed the car on the tracks. This was Bill on 10 NBC last night.
Basically 43 years as a firefighter and 35 years with 911 gave me the opportunity to be in the right place at the right time.
I misheard him. 35 years at 911. My apologies.
But still, 45 years of service.
Yeah.
Sure. You want the best part of this story?
Yeah.
I told you there was a break room connection to this Fairport
Yeah.
hero.
So, to Bill.
Yes. You ready?
Yeah.
Bill Evans is Terrible Time Timmy's uncle.
No.
Hand to God.
No kidding.
Hand to God.
It's his uncle?
It's his uncle.
You gotta be kidding me.
What the hell happened to the next generation of Terrible
It
Timers?
obviously skips, right?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
No kidding.
Yes. The only reason I know that is because Timmy immediately texted me to claim this man as his uncle.
Wow.
Now, to be fair,
Hero uncle.
I don't know if it's uncle as in blood relation or uncle like a guy that hung around with his dad for a
Right.
bunch. But
But
yeah,
he's a hero.
Yes, Bill Evans is a hero.
Damn.
With the
And an
exception,
uncle.
With the exception of being connected to Terrible Time Timmy.
He's a hunkle.
Uncle?
Yes.
Is he?
Hero uncle.
Yeah,
So this
yeah,
person
sure,
got-
that's what you're going for.
So you're saying this person got the right family member at the right time?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no kid. Could you imagine if
Oh,
Terrible
yeah.
Time Timmy was a, oh, you should probably, I don't know. Boom! You guys going near a car stuck on the train tracks?
Do what?
252 WCMF 252
Ask
9263.
that question again.
Are you too
Yeah.
going near a car
Oh.
stuck on the train tracks?
I mean, I'm guessing once you see those red lights start flashing and the what are those things called? The
crossbar.
arms come down. Yeah, the arms start coming
Crossbar?
down.
What are you, Curtis Joseph?
I don't know. I'm probably not. I don't
right.
know how long
Because there's a
I
train
have.
coming,
Yes.
man. And I don't know if it's 60 seconds or if it's 6
Yeah.
seconds away from careening into this guy.
All right, let's set the scene. And again, the phone number is 252 WCMF 252 9263. You see the train in the distance.
Yeah.
This car is stuck. The driver is in full panic mode and cannot get themselves out.
Yeah.
If you don't help them, they are going to die, and you are going to watch it.
Yeah.
But, as Kimmy pointed out, you're no train expert.
There's no time. Yeah, you don't have a stop clock in front of you to know how long you have.
Exactly. And keep in mind, when it comes to your safety, it's not just being hit by the train you have to worry about. It's being hit by the shrapnel from the car exploding.
Train
when
shrapnel,
You
yeah.
got it, when the train hits it. So you'd have to be not only out of the car by the time the train hits, you'd have to be a decent distance away. What do you do?
I think I would close my eyes. I'm not risking my life. I have no experience at this. By the time I get over there, I'm going to be just as dead as that dude.
You don't know that. You can get him out of there.
No, I know this.
How do you know this?
Because I'm moving slow, man. Because the closer if I start coming towards that car and I hear that train,
Yeah.
sorry, I ain't coming.
That they're going to be the last person you see alive.
Yeah.
You're
Well, no,
going
you're
to
gonna
be
be
the last person they
I
see alive.
Yeah.
I'll see other people die in my life. I'm fine with that.
That's
I'm
weird.
not.
What?
That's a weird statement.
Is there
I'm
something you
gonna.
want to tell us?
I'm old. I'll see people die in my life if I live a long life.
Okay.
You know.
Are you killing people?
No, not now. No, I'm not doing that, man.
You see, you close
I
your
don't
eyes.
know this cat, and goddamn it, man, I feel bad for the dude.
Obviously
but,
not. You're going to die.
But
Sorry.
by the way, pop the door open and get out.
Bro, I don't know what the situation was.
I
when
Yeah, I
don't
wonder why they
either.
were stuck. Yeah.
I mean, if the door's stuck, I can't open it.
All right, I'm going to turn to Kimmy now.
Yeah.
She ain't helping.
No, I mean, I want to say that I would do the right thing, jump out and help, but I also feel like I'm somebody who freezes
Yeah.
in emergency situations
And that don't make you a bad
where I
person.
don't know in that moment, I don't know what my body would be doing.
And you got to know your body.
You two are like a coward support group for each other.
Yeah.
I don't
Yes.
even, I think, again, I think it's just my brain processing what's
Yeah.
going on. I don't think my initial reaction is not to jump in and help. My initial reaction is to panic in the moment and then I freeze.
And I'm going to be really pissed if I get up there and there's like 4 people in this car I got to get out now.
Wait, it's not what
Come on, let's go. Leave your purse. Come on.
you would grab your purse. 252 WCMF 252 9263. We're talking about this hero man out in Fairport Wednesday night. Somebody accidentally turns onto the train tracks in the village of Fairport. The car gets stuck, and wouldn't you know, 60 seconds away, there's a train coming. It is a crappy 80s movie starring Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah.
That's what this is, right?
Yeah.
Bill Evans. Right? Was that his name? Yeah, Bill Evans, excuse me. He is there. Worked as a firefighter, worked at 911.
Man,
He gets this
what a
person
gift.
out just moments before the train comes and blasts
Yeah.
the car. He is a hero, and we're trying to figure out what the average person is going to do because he's got experience as a firefighter and a 911
Right.
operator. You would assume that helps him here.
Oh, well, of course.
I think that there are some people that are just wired to jump in before they even think about it. Like,
Okay.
I think like my husband's one of those people.
Oh, he'd
like,
have to be.
if
I
he-
would hope so. He's a firefighter.
I know.
Let's hope he doesn't freeze.
But even before,
Oh!
even before he went through all the training and everything, like he was
Yeah.
always somebody who, like, if he If he like sensed something was wrong, he would like go towards it. Whereas I'm like, nope, let's go the other way. Come on, over here.
What percentage of human beings do you think try to save this man in the car?
Would act, not say they would, but would actually
do
jump
it.
in.
Give me a percentage.
It's low.
What do you think?
5%.
No, it's
No,
way
I
more
think
than
it's higher than that.
5. 1 in
5%.
20 people. That's 5%.
Most of us are fat and out of shape, right?
You could be fat, out of shape,
Well,
and still
I don't.
drag him
Yeah, I
out
don't
of the
think
car.
it. Yeah.
Right, but you got to be.
I think instincts
Agile.
would kick in no matter what size or shape you are.
Yeah, you say you gotta be agile. You call yourself the Florida Flash. What
Yeah.
happened? Where'd the Flash go?
The knees are shot. Man.
Oh, was that what happened?
Yeah.
You could have been a contender. Kimmy, what percentage of people, average people, do you think are
75.
jumping in? Whoa, you think it's that high?
Yeah.
Because in this room, 2/3 ain't helping.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
right now only 33% are even considering
I
it.
still think I definitely think it's more than half.
And you can't. You got 2 kids to think about, man. You
But
got a kid. You have 2 kids and a wife to think about. You can't go jackassing around trying to help this cat out. It's a terrible story, but you got children to raise.
Yeah, but you don't have that thought in the moment. I mean, like Kimmy said, it's a reaction. And here's the thing.
I mean, I want to see your children grow up. That's why I'm not getting out.
You're not going to see my children
Oh,
grow
I'll
up.
see them graduate.
But they've already grown past your height anyway. How much higher can you see them go? I have a selfish reason why I think in the moment I'm helping this man. I don't want to watch him die.
By the way, you're not going to watch him die.
You're going to watch him die.
He's going to get shoved so far down the track, you're not even going to see.
You're going to be making eye contact with that guy. As the
What are you
train
doing?
hits the
Looking
car.
right at him,
Bro,
giving him a thumbs up. I think you got this one, buddy.
Look, man, if you were to witness that, it would change you
It would.
forever.
Yeah.
The look on their face, the noise you would hear, the area where it happened would always bring you right back to that evening when you saw it. If you did not try to save them, your life would be changed forever.
Oh, here's the worst scenario.
What's that?
Let's say you get up there, and unfortunately, you can't help him,
Sure, yeah.
and then you got to back off.
Okay.
Yeah, that would haunt you forever.
That's even worse
Well,
than me
no,
sitting in my
you're
car
gonna be haunted
closing
by
my
it no
eyes.
matter what.
This would be worse because it would be so personal.
I would be
like if you
bothered.
got to the car and you couldn't do
Yeah.
nothing, and then you got to back off.
I would
That's
be-
way worse
No,
than
I would-
me
I don't know,
sitting in my
though.
car listening to some CMF.
No, because knowing that you didn't try,
I'm listening to Dan Hardy, The Hard Hour.
knowing that you didn't try would also bother you though.
Knowing I didn't try would bother
Yeah.
me more than knowing I tried. At least in that way, I can, even if I'm just, and you know it's going to bother you in either way, but I can say, look, I did everything I can.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't, it's going to haunt you for the rest of your life.
You know how many things I've passed on, man? That haunting, maybe a couple of days.
Bro,
you'll be fine.
Fairport's a small town, right? Like if that's someone who you live in the same town as,
Oh, sure.
Or know somebody,
Yeah.
a family member.
you're going to see their family on the news morning,
Yeah.
rightfully so. What if you run into them at Wegmans?
Yeah, but I'll make up a story why I couldn't get to the car.
No, but
they
okay, whether or
wouldn't
not
know.
they and they wouldn't blame you, but the point I'm saying
Oh,
is,
come on.
the point I'm making is you would know.
Oh, I would know. You can't bury that.
What happened to your soul, man?
I sold it for lunch money one year in
Did you?
military school.
Yeah, is that why your boobs are as big? Did
Yeah,
it all
so-
go to your
yeah.
chest, the Lunchables? Is that
No,
what
I
happened?
could bury that emotion. I could drink that away.
That's insane. That is insane.
What? Why? All of a sudden I'm the bad guy here. I'm just trying to get home from Fairport. Next thing you know, I'm a monster.
You're turning up CMF. You're not only are you not helping, you're turning the radio up.
Yeah, it's quality radio, man.
Okay.
Might win some tickets. See Journey.
Would you be more likely to react if you had other people in the car with you?
Oh,
God.
great question.
Why ain't
Like-
they getting out?
Like if you have
Your
kids.
wife's there. Oh.
Oh,
Right.
So we'll get to the kids, but the
Okay.
wife, you say, why ain't they getting out? Yeah, tell your wife, why aren't you getting out? You wouldn't say that, you coward.
Here's what I would do.
What's that?
I would get out of the car, right?
Yeah.
And start running towards it and do what that punter did last week. Grab the back like, ooh, oh, God.
Oh, well, then you can't run away from the shrapnel. Now you
Yeah,
have to
now
limp
you're-
away.
yeah,
You
now-
just got,
I'm down.
bro,
Baby, I'm down, baby, I'm down.
if I had
Turn
you,
CMF up.
if I hit your forehead, I'm getting as far away from that shrapnel as fast as I can.
Get that code word.
If that car got hit in Fairport now, your forehead would get hit with shrapnel in this studio.
No, you fake it. You fake an injury. That's the great thing about having no morals, man. The world is wide open.
It's mind-boggling to me.
What?
It's mind-boggling to me because if the shoe was on the
Hey,
other
I'm
foot,
being honest with you. Like, listen, after these people call in, say they would do it, they ain't doing it either. At least I'm an open guy.
if the shoe
Tommy's
was
an open guy.
on the other foot, because by the way, you've been voted most likely in Rochester to drive your car accidentally down a
Train track?
Yes.
Yeah.
If the shoe was on the other foot and some guy was staring at you doing nothing, you'd be losing your effing mind.
Well, yeah, come on, help me out.
Help me out. I'm ready.
Yeah, you're a
Turn
big hero.
WCMF. Do you have CMF on right now? Is that my coworker, Dan Hardy? Somebody call Dan, see if he can get down here quick. Right? Like,
So I'm guessing the person that did this, and I don't know the person. I'm guessing it was an older cat.
no, actually, and that's what's so
do we
interesting
know?
about
Because that
this
sounds
story.
like somebody older that got confused in the evening.
Well, so Bill called them a young man.
Oh, okay.
But then again, Bill worked as a firefighter for 45 years, so a young man to him could be
I mean, Tommy
60.
calls everybody a kid.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
No, according to the story, at least there was one report last night, the person made the wrong turn because of a faulty GPS direction.
Oh, he was just using that?
This is one of the reports I saw last night, although they are investigating, and that wasn't in the 10 NBC
Turn
story.
here. No, not here. Not here. No. Oh, my
Rerouting.
God.
It could have been a food delivery person.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's where my mind went right
Oh,
away.
yeah, true.
Right? Because that seems to like one of those, because I've never been
What
told.
time? Do we know what time it
It
was?
looked like it was dark, so
Yeah.
that'd be evening
Okay.
time.
I want to say 7, but I
Okay,
could be
so yeah, it
wrong.
could be-
Did I say a number? Yes, just after 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Good for Bill, man.
Well, he's got a buddy for the rest of his life.
Do you want that buddy, though? Guy that accidentally turns down trade tracks?
No, but he owes you. I mean, he owes that guy,
You
man.
can't take anything
Yeah.
from
No,
him,
but
right?
he owes. You don't
What
think
does
he owes?
What does he owe?
What? Yeah. What do you Whatever.
Whatever.
do?
What do you mean? Well, no, there's some things I ain't given.
I mean, by the way, like, how much can you do? I don't know how financially stable this person is, but you're out a car,
And if they're a food delivery person,
He's busted.
yeah. Well,
and I don't know
not
if insurance
busted.
covers that kind of mistake.
Bro, if you're a food delivery guy in the middle of the week who just got his car
It's a
pulverized,
side hustle for people.
you are you're double busted. You are double busted. I'm not saying that bad way.
What? How is that not bad?
There are a lot of people. I've been busted.
You still are busted. You
I've
live in a
been
woman's house.
I've been triple busted.
What's triple busted?
You don't want to know, man, what I'd eat.
Don't ask. You're not gonna like the answer.
Shut up, Kimmy.
I'd suck a hobo's thumb because I was low on salt.
With that, let's take a break. This weekend, if you are looking for a job and a damn good job, great opportunity for you.
Where's that?
I'm going to tell you where it is. But what's interesting about this is for a lot of people in the greater Rochester area, they would be starting a career at a place they may have already worked before as a kid. And it's got Kimmy wondering.
Oh, a retread.
So, well, there's where Tommy sits.
I know.
No, that's a retread, bro. And I know where you're going because we used to see these all the time.
I don't know
I
if
don't
you
know.
do.
And I don't think you'd be opposed to this.
Would money and an opportunity not be enough for you to go back and work somewhere you worked when you were 15, 16, 17 years old? And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There is this idea about work for most people. There are places you work as a kid, and then you graduate to different, bigger jobs. But that's not the path for everyone, Tom.
No, of course not.
And one place here in Rochester wants folks to come and work for them. Maybe even if you've already spent time there as a teenager.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It is a football Friday. And because of that, the biggest picks Tommy will make up to this point this year.
In my career as a picker.
Yeah, I mean,
this is my biggest pick of all time.
Yeah, I mean, Bill's injuries, all the unknowns about the Chiefs'
You're
playoffs
looking
on the
at
road.
King Pick.
Well, we'll find out if he's King Pick.
King Pick. He's in the house.
And Tommy said yesterday he had a bonus pick come to him in a dream.
I saw it as a vision. Literally, I could see the faces.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tommy makes his picks on Tommy Tells It Like It Is on a football Friday, just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Big news, Tommy Muley.
What's going on?
On Saturday, the Pittsford Wegmans is holding a hiring event to fill entry-level management positions and full-time customer service culinary roles for stores throughout the greater Rochester area.
Great gig, man.
So there are a bunch of jobs in a bunch of departments, and some of the positions they say in the story offer sign-on bonuses.
Look at that.
So you got that going for you. Look, it's a great opportunity.
It's a job for life, man.
Yeah, if you want it.
Right.
And it's this Saturday, 10 to 2 at the Pittsford Wegmans if you are interested. So, Kimmy, you saw this, and it got you thinking.
Well, I was wondering, especially here in this town, so many people I knew growing up had jobs at Wegmans when they were a kid. So I'm wondering, like, you know, there are some people that kept with it and just stayed there for their career. But I'm wondering, like, if you're somebody looking for a new job and this opportunity presents itself, would the fact that you may have worked there as a teenager prevent you from going back, even though it could be a great opportunity, but you just don't want to go back? You feel like you're going backwards, going to work at a place that you worked as a part-time kid.
I mean, you would be going back.
Yeah, right. But it's different.
Words.
Well, no, because you're not going back to the same job. You're not like shagging
But you may
carts
feel
or
like
checking people out.
you may feel like you've moved beyond that, right? Because that was your starting point when you first started working.
Yeah, you popped your work cherry.
I am sensing from this side of the room where Tommy sits over here that you would look negatively upon someone who
We always did. When I worked in a grocery business,
Okay.
and you got a retread coming back in, and they always wanted to tell you what to do, and you weren't taking any lip.
Probably because they were your boss at that point.
You ain't taking no lip off a retread.
How old were you when you started working at Winn-Dixie?
I was 15.
When did you leave Winn-Dixie?
I was 30 years old.
How does that not make you as sad as that person that you see as sad?
No retread. Never left.
That's more sad.
I was a company man.
No, you weren't. You were stealing every single day.
From only one company. I was committed to the process.
The lifer is more sad than the retread.
The retreads are, if you come back as a retread, especially if people know that in the building, like we had guys that left, came back, like, and a lot of the staff was still there. Like, if people know you're a retread, it's very tough.
But they came back in a higher position.
Right,
as
like they came
management,
back
telling
because
you
there was an
what to do.
opportunity.
But what?
You're not gonna.
So
you're
you're
gonna
sa-
mind that.
so you're
Dude.
saying
you're
that-
actually gonna hate that dude. If that dude jumped over you as a retread,
Yeah.
you're really gonna hate that mofo.
Why don't you hate yourself? Because some guy that
'Cause you
left
didn't-
managed to get a
Plenty
job.
of people that
better
hate
than
me.
you.
I don't need to do that.
So you're saying it's a negative. You wouldn't do something like this.
I mean, you might have to do it, but just know you treading.
So
You a
Wegmans,
retread Fred.
Wegmans is a bit of a different monster because there are tons of career workers at Wegmans,
Yeah,
lifers,
yeah,
right?
yeah, catering services and all kinds of stuff.
You guys, it makes me change your tune again
Yeah,
all of a
I
sudden.
know. You
Wow,
call
yeah,
it
no,
something
great.
else.
Well, I love Wegmans. Hey, if I was going to retread, Wegmans would be the place to tread.
And look, Wegmans is one of the best places to work in America. They
Yeah.
are every year.
And it's
But
provided so many different opportunities for
Yeah.
people.
you got
yeah.
it. But if you look at other types of places, let's say you worked at a pizza place, McDonald's, an amusement park. If there was a grown-ass person job at that place you worked back in the day, 15, 16, 17, 18 years old, would it be exciting to go back and earn an adult living there in a higher position, or would it feel like you've gone backwards?
Well, some of those positions you mentioned, like entertainment, like amusement parks and stuff like that, that might be harder.
Why?
Because there's so many kids working at those jobs in the summertime.
Okay.
Like, there's a lot of adults that work at Wegmans, but if you worked at, like, Seabreeze,
Yeah.
It's nothing but kids.
Well, no, because like Seabreeze has like an office staff,
Yeah.
right?
I
Like,
understand that,
there's a PR person, there's an advertising
but
person.
everybody out in the field is kids.
Okay.
So you would really be reminded every day of when you were a kid working there.
But I can't figure out if that's romantic or if that's depressing.
Well, I think it would be a mixed bag, right? Because that was like a cool summer job. You might have had a lot of fun working there, but now you're an adult. I think it would really be a mixed bag. Like you'd be happy to have that job, but you remember what a dick kid you were when you were working there. You may have not even been that good of an employee.
I think it has more to do with
you
how...
would have been, messing.
I think
A lot of messing goes on in them summer jobs, bro. That's where you learn how to, do your business.
Please talk. Please say
I
words.
think it has more to do with, as a kid, depending on what job you had, how you viewed the adults that you worked with.
Oh, good call.
Oh, how you
Because
looked at them?
you may have had some jobs where you really respected those people at the top, or your bosses, managers, whatever, and then you also had jobs where you may have looked at those people and thought, man, I don't want to be them when I get older.
Or then now you're that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Well, like going down that line again, talking about this hiring event that Wegmans is having at the Pittsford Wegmans over the weekend, Saturday, for like management positions, culinary positions, things like that. Going back to a job you may have worked as a teenager in a different role. There is this idea that we're supposed to grow up and we're supposed to move on to bigger and better things.
Yeah, advance yourself.
And some of these places you only think of teenagers as working there, like you brought up Seabreeze, right? And for some people, a clout of a job can be just as important as the salary and the benefits the job offers you. It's why people lie about their job titles to make themselves sound more important.
Yeah.
Like, you may not be super proud to tell someone you work at a chain pizza place as a manager or like a laser tag joint running the place. But at the same time, some of those jobs pay really well.
Yeah, they do.
Did you know, Tommy?
What's that?
That a manager at McDonald's can make $60,000 to $78,000 a year, according to ZipRecruiter.
Sure.
I mean, that's more than the average American salary.
Yeah.
That's damn good money. And there are people listening right now that would kill to have a job that paid them $60,000 to $78,000 a year.
Because I just saw like now Walmart just raised the salaries of their management.
Okay.
So you could be a guy that worked at Walmart, went to college and something, and you came back. If the average salary of a Walmart store manager is around $128,000 a year
Ooh.
before bonuses
Wow.
And that's before stealing, too.
and stealing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. So that's a hell of a job. And you could have walked in there as a kid, left, come back, and now you're making six figures.
Well, you could also stay. Let's talk about lifers for a second. You brought up
They went up the
assembly.
chain. Yeah.
So Wegmans is a perfect example of the high school job becoming a lifetime job because they love to promote from within.
Yeah.
They will pay kids to get education to keep them in their business. And you could start a job at 15 or 16 and never leave that company.
Yeah.
Do you look at that person as sad?
No, because that dude's going to retire at 50.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm jealous of them now.
Yeah, because they walk. They walk in their set.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Where jump around douche like me and you.
Jump around douche.
Yeah.
Sounds like a
Beach Boys.
1950s. Yeah, exactly. Jump around douche. You don't know what to do.
I can't hold a job. You know what I'm saying? Like, those guys that stuck with it, man. They got 25 in quick.
All right, let me do this.
There may be a point in your life where you would have thought that person was sad because you thought at some point you would move beyond them.
Yeah.
And then you get to a point where it's like, you know what? They made the right decision there. That was
that
smart
guy's in
on
Florida
them.
now.
Yeah.
All right, now it's easy to say that with the name Wegmans. Let's take the name Wegmans off of it because I just watched this happen.
Whatever.
So someone I haven't seen in decades. I was Christmas shopping at the mall, and this girl I went to high school with, she had a job at one of the clothing stores there. It was like a teen clothing store. She got that job when we were in high school together.
Yeah.
She was 16 years old. I went to get my daughter something from this store. She was working there, and she was managing the place. And we're talking and catching up. and
Runs
she-
the place.
Yeah, she told me she kept getting promoted, and she never left.
Yeah.
And she has only worked
For this
at-
one company?
and that job, it's a clothing store, a teen clothing store in the mall.
Right.
I mean, we're the same age. It's got to be 20, more than 20 years because she got the job at like 16. I remember when she
Yeah.
got the job.
So she's had a steady income that whole time.
Working in retail at the mall.
And that's tough because retail sucks.
Do you look at that as a good thing or a bad thing?
I think if you catch it young, like, oh, she's stuck. But then you realize, oh, God, she's had a great income and steady income for all those years.
Okay.
Which is a good thing. As I age, I go, I should have done that.
Yeah. Well, no, one of these days you'll get steady income. I'm pulling for you.
I'm negotiating right now. No, I think at my age, I go, that was the way to do it, man. Instead of jumping from job to job because you think it sucks.
Because and it could even be different depending on what side of the fence you're on here, because the points you're making are absolutely correct, right? Like steady income all this time into a company, this, that, and the other thing, right? But on the other hand, I don't know what it's like from her perspective, because like the way she was explaining it to me, she was almost like
has to justify. It feels like she has to
justify.
It's
a tough job.
Well, and yeah, like you don't have to justify it to me. Like I get it, I understand, but like. It may also be not just the tough part of the job, like you see your friends and your family. And you feel like
you have to defend it.
Yeah, but like doing things outside of those realms, right? And look, if I'm going to just pull the Band-Aid off and say it, and it's not right, people don't respect jobs like that.
Right, because they're not looking at the long game.
And they don't understand what goes into that job day to day, right? So... us not having a situation like that, you look at that and go, man, I wish I had that steady income and that time in a business. But having that time in the business, you may feel like you have to constantly justify why you made that life decision.
True.
Yeah.
And it is also mind-boggling that you made that decision at 16 and you stuck with that decision for 20-something years.
It's impressive.
Like you never felt like, not even so much that I hate this job, I want to do something new, but like... just the fact that you never experienced anything else is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yes. Like you've never worked anywhere else. You don't know what other offices are like, what other work dynamics are like.
Yeah. We get Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Group Facebook page. Dina writes us. My husband has worked at McDonald's since high school, makes a great living. It's smarter to stay at a place where you can keep getting promoted because they educate you and you really get to know the higher-ups. It gives you amazing job security and shows loyalty both ways.
And free fries.
And you smell like burgers all the time.
All the time.
I'd pay for that cologne, bro.
If I worked at McDonald's, I would weigh 400 pounds. Easily.
But your breast would be the same size, which is interesting.
So I'd fill out.
I guess the only fear here as we have this discussion, there are days you would have to look yourself in the mirror and ask, did I reach my full potential? Because it has to be a question that would cross your mind at least at some point in your adult life, right? Like, had you ventured out past the place you started working at 15, 16 years old without either staying there the whole time or looping back, could there have been greener pastures somewhere else?
I mean, you could always drive yourself crazy thinking like that. And I guess we all do.
Every time, man. You're alone with yourself when you're going to bed, and there's things going on in your head, Tommy.
Yeah, you can't get away from it.
That's right.
The demons show up at night.
I've tried. The Jägermeister does not quiet it. But I guess then again, Tommy, that's a question anyone could ask themselves about any opportunity they passed on. Right.
Even people that high achievers, probably it's never enough. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't know that.
Me neither. But I've heard stories, and I've seen 30 for 30s.
We got more Facebook messages coming in. There's a negative side to this with this Facebook message here. We'll get to that in a second. But let's go to the phones, 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, what's going on, buddy?
Morning, how are you?
Good, Teddy, what's going on?
Hey, my son, he used to work for retail after he graduated from college.
Okay.
He make a decent money, and he decided to change the career, and actually he got almost $70,000 pay cut, and then he decided to leave the retail.
Okay.
And he told me, I said, Dad, I make money, but I'm not happy. So I tell him he's young enough to make a decision whatever you want to do, and he did, and then actually he's very happy now.
All right, so in your head, Teddy, for your son, it was more important for him to be happy than to chase money at a job he wasn't enjoying.
That is correct. Because, if you're not happy, how much money do you have? You're not going to be happy.
I find that interesting.
I'm going to be miserable either way. I'd rather be rich.
I find that interesting, Teddy.
You are miserable, bitch.
Super. Teddy, you're a first-generation American. My wife's husband, that's me. My wife's father came from Jamaica.
Yeah.
And like every first-generation American that I've met through that, because there's a ton of Jamaicans that moved here through my wife's family, it was always about make as much money as you can because there's opportunity here. Like, was that the idea you had when you first got here? Did that change being here, or was that something you always thought?
I just decided when I got here, I do what I have to do to make better life for myself. And with his decision, what he did, actually, he just outstanding kid that you can ask better kid than my son right now.
Ooh, that's fantastic. Well, Teddy, I'm glad it all worked out for him, but thanks for the call.
Yeah.
All right,
Thanks.
have a good rest of the day.
Duffy, listen.
What?
Why are you always yelling every morning?
I'm trying to wake you up, Teddy. You sound like you're sleepy.
Yeah, you are a loud American.
You have a nice day, guys.
Bye, Teddy. Yeah, wait. Did you come into my house and tell me I'm loud? Jeez, I'm not going to your place. I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. I want to read another Facebook message here as we talk about going back to the job you started when you were a kid or staying your whole life with this Wegman's hiring event over the weekend. Here's the negative.
Oh, there's a negative.
My uncle worked at Blockbuster Video for like 20 years.
So he's great. He's still there, right?
Worked his way up, and they went under. All that work was for nothing. He had to start over in retail again. If the place goes under, you could struggle.
But that's every job. That's every job has a risk of going under. You got 20 years out of the business. It's not a bad run.
Here's the difference, though.
Yeah.
There are men and women who worked at Kodak, Xerox, Bausch & Lomb.
Sure.
And they went under, and they had skills that they acquired from outside that business and during that business that were, what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, you could take it.
Valuable in other places.
You're chemists and mechanics and machine guys. Yeah.
And it's also possible that you made friends and connections and you network with people that are now working at other places.
Right.
Whereas when you work in a retail environment, whether it's Wegmans, McDonald's, store at the mall, Blockbuster.
Especially if you've worked your way up to the bottom.
All of your...
It's tough to find that position again somewhere else.
Yeah, all your eggs are in that basket.
Yeah, but you could take those Blockbuster skills to other places.
For example?
You're like the king of rewind.
King of rewind?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it that way. Like, if you go gung-ho to one place that's a very specific skill,
Yeah, that's obsolete.
you're in trouble.
Yeah, you probably are.
You're in a lot of trouble.
But you have management skills. I mean, if you work your way up, you know how to manage people.
Okay.
You know how to work schedules and stuff. I mean, you can take management skills someplace else.
If there's opportunities, because if a lot of places like that, they hire from within and people move up. I mean, I don't know how many positions like that would be available.
Well, like thinking back to that girl that I saw for the first time in a while, right? Working at that clothing store her entire adult life.
Yeah.
I mean, retail is not the strongest right now.
No.
And you're right. She gained all these skills, and those are transferable skills to other places. But you're most likely to get hired at a retail clothing store, and it's not like they're building a ton of new one of those.
Mm-hmm.
No, but with those management skills, you could probably take the skill of managing people someplace.
Okay, all right.
I don't have that ability,
Get out of town.
but I've seen stories and have heard rumors.
All right, everybody, I hope we got to move on. Let's take a break because we have important things to get to.
We got to get to it. So.
That's right. Bills Chiefs, 6:30 Sunday night. I just puked in my mouth.
Why? Relax.
Shut up, relax. You relax. Punch you in your stupid face.
Boy, I'm about to blow your mind.
Yeah, we're going to find out how mind-blowing we're going to be.
Mind-blowing.
Tommy said he had his bonus pick come to him in a vision, in a dream.
Yeah.
And even before we get to the bonus pick, handicapping this game is almost impossible because you don't know who's going to be dressing for the Bills. And we've never seen the Chiefs play a road playoff game with Patrick Mahomes as the quarterback. We get into it. A divisional playoff round. Tommy tells it like it is next on a Football Friday here in the break room on CMF. Bills, Chiefs, 6:30, Sunday night, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. Somebody moves on, somebody goes home.
In tears.
Seventh meeting between Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. The Bills have not lost the last 3 in the regular season. The Chiefs have never lost a playoff game to Buffalo, but they've never come to Orchard Park.
Look at that.
If you want to watch this game,
Watch it.
Sunday night, you can do it with our good friend,
Who's that?
Kimmy.
Liddy K?
That's right. She's going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Lai. So head out, get some delicious food. It's a great place to watch a game.
Yeah.
It's number 1.
Everyone is so cool out there. Go hang out with Kimmy and cooler people at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Lai, Sunday night, 6:30 for this game here with your friends in the break room on Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. There's not much more to say.
No.
The Bills are banged up. The Chiefs have never done this before with Patrick Mahomes as their quarterback. And you believe you're about to rock the Casbah with your amazing picks and a bonus pick that came to you in a vision.
Sound like you're prepared this week?
No, the vision just happened.
Okay.
Okay. With all that being
Giving you credit. No, just a dream.
With all that being said, there are some football experts that'll just tell you what you want to hear. But only one man.
Some football experts will tell you what you want to hear. Our football expert tells you what you need to know. It's Tommy Tells It Like It Is in the Break Room on WCMF.
You ready for your first pick?
Let's do this, buddy.
Over, under. I'm not even saying over yet. You're already doing the. I'm going to assault you so hard.
You already do it with your mouth.
Shut up. Over, under.
Yeah.
2.5 passing touchdowns for Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes.
So he's got to pass it.
2.5 passing touchdowns for Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes. In the last 4 regular season games against Buffalo, Mahomes has thrown 2 touchdowns 3 times, and he threw 1 when they met in December. Only one of those games was in Buffalo. Mahomes is a playoff beast. We all know that. And you'd think that 3 touchdown passes is almost a certainty. Because when the playoff lights come on, Patrick Mahomes shows up.
Yeah.
But there are 3 things to consider. 1, as we mentioned a second ago, it's his first road playoff game. Can he work his magic with 72,000 Bills fans trying to make his life miserable? 2, this season his supporting cast has been weak. Does he have it in him to lift his players on his offense to perform? 3,
Wait, there's a third?
can he figure out Sean McDermott's defense? Now, they're banged up, and they're banged up bad. But the Bills, with playoffs and regular season included, have won 3 of the last 4 against him, and the defense has stood up big.
Yeah.
The wild card here will be who on that Bills D will be around to stop him. McDermott is keeping very close to the vest about injury news.
Keeping it tight.
You could have both of your starting corners on Sunday. You could have both of your starting linebackers. You could have none of those people.
Yeah.
Over, under, 2.5 passing touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes.
So that would be 3 passing touchdowns
Yeah, yes.
in a tight game. A tight game.
Well, I mean, if it becomes...
And they're not the team that they were.
Who, the Chiefs?
No.
Okay.
They're not the team of
Look,
20. They ain't the team of 2020
you have to factor
when
in...
they were riding high.
You have to factor in the Bills' defensive injuries, and you have to factor in maybe the Bills put the foot on the gas and try and score 1,000 points.
Yeah.
I mean, if that happens, if it is a shootout, 2.5 passing touchdowns for Mahomes ain't out of the question. Hell,
But that's a lot of passing touchdowns.
it is a lot of passing touchdowns.
I'm going to say that grown-ass Muppet child, and he is a grown-ass Muppet child, ain't getting his 3. I'm going to take the under.
Shut him down.
Shutting down the Muppet.
Well, I mean, look, 2 touchdowns is still pretty damn good. He would be
Oh,
shut
no,
down.
but still.
Well, for him, kind of shutting him down.
Okay. All right. So the weirdest stat of the day, the Chiefs have only scored 30 points or more 3 times this entire
Yeah,
season.
they say they're not the machine that they were.
Okay, yeah, but again, it's the playoffs, man.
Yeah.
And the Bills' defense, we don't know who's there. I might be starting at linebacker this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah. Gave me a helmet and everything.
Love to see it.
So to be clear, you are
Bigler.
under 2 and are you knobbing somebody over there? What are you are under 2.5 passing touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
All right. Our second pick for Tommy this morning, over under 300 yards passing for Josh Allen.
He hasn't been getting a lot of big yardage, but he's been getting a lot of touchdowns, right?
It really goes game by game.
I mean, he's had like 3 touchdowns, but he hasn't even hit 300 yards.
And there are some games where he's responsible for 450 yards of offense.
Right.
So the Bills go how Josh goes, and we know he can hurt you in a bunch of different ways. Some he'll carve you with his arm. Some he blows you away with his legs. Josh has played 2 playoff games against Kansas City.
Yeah.
In the AFC Championship all those years ago, he threw for 287. In the divisional in 2022, he threw for 329. So he's averaging over 300 yards passing in the playoffs against Kansas City. But again, this will be his first time doing it at home.
Yeah.
And to your point that you made a second ago, Tommy, the Bills have been playing what they call complementary football, not always relying on Josh's rocket arm. However, as we just mentioned, if there are injuries in key parts of the Bills' D for Sunday, you may have to score 50 points, which you'd think would mean a 300-yard game is there for Josh. Let's also not forget, Josh Allen holds a grudge hard. And we know what happened the last 2 times these teams met in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Over under 300 yards passing for Josh Allen.
So 300 yards total yardage.
Passage.
Yeah.
Now you got me saying stupid stuff. Passing with his arm.
Yeah.
Running
Just
does not
passing.
count.
So not running
does
does
Not
not
running
count.
it. What if
No.
he runs it in?
That has nothing to do with touchdowns.
Yeah,
It's
but
all
he did
yardage.
it.
No, okay, it's passing.
Like he fakes it and he runs it in.
That would be rushing yardage. And it's, again, I don't know. In has nowhere. Touchdowns do not apply to this. It's all yardage.
All
Passing.
passing yardage in the air
Yes.
by Josh Allen's arm.
Over under 300.
I am going to take the over, like a C hair over, but I'm taking the over by a C.
I think you want the under, and you're afraid of the blowback from Bills fans if you take the under. That's what I think. What are you scared? What are you scared? Oh, stop it! I don't want to take the over, but I'm going to take the over because I want to pander to people listening to the show because I'm a scared-ass pander and a scared-ass bitch. Take the under if you think
I
it's the
can't
under.
win.
You bitch, take the
No,
under.
I'm
then.
taking a C over.
You're going to take the over.
Just a C.
No, 'cause here's what he's
if
gonna
I
do.
just get it, it's going to really piss you off.
Well, no, because you got it either way.
No,
you
you'll
don't
be
have
pissed
to.
off. You all root against me every week.
No, I root for the Bills.
Yeah.
I root
No,
for the
y'all root
Bills.
against me.
No, I'm trying to help you.
Pull for
and
the
we
Bills.
End up...
No, you don't help.
I
because
literally-
Danger will come up and say some stuff that I never heard come out of your mouth.
Well, why don't you go do
Every
your own
week.
damn research? What am I? You're the expert here.
No, you're the Mr. Bills that raised in the stadium.
I'm the Mr. Bills raised into per stadium.
Yeah.
So to be clear, you're over by a C
C
hair.
hair.
300 yards passing for Josh.
And that's
Allen.
kind of calling my shot. I'm saying just a C hair over.
Tommy tells it like it is on a divisional playoff football Friday here in the break room on CMF. He's under 2.5 passing touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes. He is over 300 yards passing for quarterback Josh Allen. Over under.
Ooh, it's a big one.
4.5 receptions for Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir.
He's not banged up right
No, he's good to go. If there's one player who's broken out and become a major part
Well,
of this
he got
Bills
that big
offense,
touchdown.
well, it's more than that, Tommy. Like, okay, the loop-to-loop touchdown you just brought up.
That was insane.
It puts the Bills back up 14 games
The
in
kid
the...
was a spinning top.
Yes. But what's weird about Shakir, you'll never know how many catches he'll need to make the impact that he always makes because he had 3 catches against the Chargers and he saved the game with a big third down snag in the fourth quarter, game winding down. He only had 3 catches last week against Pittsburgh, but he came up big in that moment.
Yeah.
Then against Miami, for the division, the last game of the season, he led the entire team with 6 catches for 105 yards. He also, when targeted, makes the catch. He almost always has the same amount of catches as targets in the games that he plays. If you think Bills wide receiver Gabe Davis is still sidelined, that probably increases the chances for Khalil Shakir's 4.5. You'd also think with his success, Josh is trusting him more.
And Davis has been sloppy.
Well,
Right?
Davis
He's been dropping,
Hot
Yeah.
and cold.
half stepping.
hot, and no, Kimmy put it perfectly. He
Yeah.
either gets 150 and 2 touchdowns,
Or
or you
nothing.
don't hear
Or
from
you
him.
forget he's out there.
Over under 4.5 receptions for Khalil Shakir on Sunday.
He's just got to catch the ball 4 times. He does squat.
I'm going to say this again. No, 5 because it's 4.5.
What I'm saying, all right, yeah,
I'm going to say this again. He made a major impact on Sunday on 3 catches.
right. So you don't think he's going to go to
I'm
a more?
not saying I don't think. I'm letting you know that he can make an impact with 1 catch. He can make an impact with 7.
I am going to take the over. I think he's got to get his 5 lousy catches in this game to give it away. Come on.
That's a lot of catches.
That's 5 in a whole
He's the
3
third-
hours. You're going to catch the ball 5 times.
He's the 3rd receiver. You can make the argument with Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid the way they've been used. He's the 4th
and
or
Dalton's
5th.
been dropping.
He had a touchdown catch last week.
But he's also been doing some dropping.
What are you talking about?
The boy drops.
He has the record for the most receptions by a rookie in Buffalo Bills history.
Hey, as a youngin, he's doing great. But I'm just going to take 5 lousy catches from this kid.
So you are going to be over on Khalil Shakir 5.5 catches.
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay, no, I'm just making
You
sure.
got to ask yourself. What is with you?
You know what's with me. I'm already anxious, and you're an idiot. That's what's with me. I'm already anxious about this stupid game. You got to run your stupid mouth with things you don't know.
You know how this goes.
What number does Khalil Shakir wear?
The right one, buddy. He's number 1 with the fans. I have no idea.
Yeah, I know you don't.
66?
Yeah, receiver 66. You picked an
Oh, no,
ineligible.
that's 66.
66.
Crazy leg, 66.
You picked an ineligible number to catch a football. There was 20 numbers you couldn't pick, and you picked one of them. The Bills opened as 3-point favorites at home. It has moved to 2.5.
Yeah.
You get 2.5 for simply being the home team.
Yeah.
So Vegas believes these two teams are exactly equal.
Zachary. They come down with Zachary.
The Bills are banged up
Yep.
and have pretty much been in the playoffs for the last 7 weeks. The Chiefs are playing their first road playoff game in over half a decade and statistically have the worst offensive production in that time.
In their history.
No, well, since
Recent
Mahomes got
history.
there. Yes, thank you.
Recent Muppet Child history.
Tommy, do the Bills win? And if so, do they do it by 3 points?
Well, come on, Pat. I think everybody's pulling for Buffalo around here, don't you think,
Yeah.
Patrick?
Pull. This is not about pulling. This is about what you think is
You
going
gotta
to
pull. You keep it tight. You got to pull it tight. Tight, Patrick. Tight.
Stop talking like that.
You pull it.
Why are you doing
With
that?
your little fist.
Will you answer the damn
You
question?
take your 2 little fists and you pull it. I say the Bills win the game.
Okay.
Now, what was your second question?
Do the Bills don't? Do the Bills win by 3? Don't do it, you stupid son of a bitch. Don't do
So
it.
we're talking covering by 3 points
Yeah.
in a game that they desperately need.
Yes. But you just need to win
And
by
they
1.
limping.
You need to win by 1. That's all you need.
And McDermott's got to get that. He don't want that choke crown put on his head.
No, he doesn't.
Because that will be placed on his head by Andy Reid at the end of the game. If he-
Choke crown.
They got the choke crown.
Do the Bills win by 3?
Oh, the Bills definitely win and they cover.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we're done there.
Any other questions you got?
Nope, I have no more questions
Are you sure?
to ask. Yep, I am completely 100% done asking you questions.
Okay.
So there's no
All right.
reason for you to speak further at
Okay.
this
All right.
juncture.
I'll be quiet.
Okay, good.
I'll be quiet.
So with all that being said,
Yeah.
Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy will be in to join us in just a second.
Yeah.
Let me just recap Tommy's picks real quick.
Sure.
Tommy is under 2.5 passing touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes. He is over 300 passing yards for Josh Allen. He is over 4.5 receptions for Khalil Shakir, and he has the Bills winning and Bills winning by 3 points. And that...
That's so What? That's so fast, buddy.
Been waiting this whole time to hear this.
This crowd's going to be going insane, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, the fans are going to be crazy.
Gonna be loud.
So I say at the end, first of all, here's my predictions, okay?
All right.
Taylor's going to be at the game, obviously.
Okay.
It's not a definite.
No.
but you've already...
Yeah.
I say she's at the game.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, fine.
And I say they chopper her in, like I said. They
wait.
land her on the old Ralph Wilson landing pad, and that's how she gets to the stadium.
What makes you think they've been
Is
maintaining
this,
that
is this
chopper
part
pad?
of your bonus pick, or you're just painting a picture
It's
here?
I'm painting a real hell of a picture here. So they are going to taunt her the entire game.
As she's getting off a helicopter?
No, in her suite.
Oh.
When she's in the suite, they are going to
The
taunt.
closed suite?
Yeah, but she's still going to see him.
What is taunt? No, see, look at you bitch.
They are
look
gonna-
at you bitch. This is not a bonus pick because anything like we're not gonna have any audio. It's
Oh,
just
no,
people
no.
like pointing or like waving.
No, there's going to be a gesture.
Oh, what's that?
At the end of the game, she's going to be so pissed off at those fans.
Yeah.
She goes total Brian Cox, double birds to the Bills fans because
You think Taylor Swift?
Bills are going to win.
Yeah.
She's going to be pissed off at how this game ends, and she's going to be so sick of these fans. She's going to double Brian Cox, double bird
Through the window.
through the window. Well, you'll see it right there. I saw
I'm
DeMar
asking.
doing the heart in a snowstorm. You don't think I can see her dainty little
Okay.
bird fingers?
He's so excited to do the
I
finger.
know.
And then Donut Delights makes the bird donut.
Shut up!
Monday
you
morning,
idiot.
you'll be able to get the Taylor Swift finger donut at Donut Delights. Because I think that's who put out
The Taylor Swift donuts.
cookies.
Yes, yeah, the donuts.
Yeah.
Girl who's like never done anything wrong PR wise
Is
is gonna give the crowd a double bird.
Yes. I saw it in my
Okay.
vision.
All right.
My vision.
You're an idiot.
Get your double bird donut Monday morning.
Double bird donut.
Double bird donut.
Okay.
You wouldn't want one of those.
I would.
Come on, man.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
Historic donut.
From the Sports Bar, Mike Danger. From the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy. Just after 9 o'clock to recap everything that just happened here on a Football Friday.
If that doesn't happen, can we put Tommy's double bird on a donut?
Who's
Yeah,
going
why
to
not?
want to eat Tommy's finger?
Your mom?
Let's take a break. There was a man out in Canada
Yeah, well, what happened?
who's in some serious trouble.
Yeah, well.
But here's the thing: he's been in serious trouble before, since like before Kimmy was born.
Wait, so
before.
we've known about this guy?
He's a household name in this area. Like,
That's not a good thing unless you're the mayor.
no, it's definitely not a good thing. But here's the problem: he's doing enough to scare the hell out of people and get himself locked in federal prison.
Fed?
But he's not doing enough to keep him there forever.
Yeah.
Complicated crime.
But here's
So
the
is
thing:
he out?
He looks like he might be going back in, but he was arrested again after being arrested a week ago. After being arrested a week before that.
Wait,
And
triple arrest?
Kimmy, you said it's a complicated crime. It's actually the least complicated crime in the history of crimes. You don't even need anything.
In terms of preventing it, I guess.
Good call.
Yeah.
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. On one hand, based on several convictions and allegations, this man needs to be kept away from everybody. But on the other hand, he hasn't done enough where you can lock him up and throw away the key. And this man, who's back in the news for something no one wants to lay their eyes on, has created quite the problematic situation. What to do with a man who won't stop doing something that is bad enough to scare people, but not bad enough to throw him out of town.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Paul Goodrell is 54 years old, and he lives in Canandaigua. And that man is infamous in these parts.
Okay.
His story, according to 10ABC, starts all the way back in 1989.
Jesus Christ, man.
Since then, Goodrell has been arrested on public lewdness charges at least 9 times.
He's a 9 looter?
Yes. He has spent several years in state prison on account of those charges. I said federal. I misspoke. I apologize. State prison. The state says he was most recently paroled back in July. Most recently, he was arrested back on December 22nd after police say he exposed himself to a young girl inside a plaza in Canandaigua. That happened just a few days after he was arrested for exposing himself at a Canandaigua grocery store. And yesterday, he was arrested again. He's being charged with burglary and a sexually motivated felony. Police say he followed around a family with young girls back on December 6th through the Walmart in Victor. They have him on surveillance camera, according to police. Luckily, it looks like nothing happened in that incident, but police say surveillance footage shows he was walking through the store doing no shopping. Goodrell has been banned from all Walmart stores since 2021. Guess why? But I guess that'll happen when you keep trying to take a peek.
Yeah.
So, Tommy, here's the problem here. This man will not stop doing what he's getting arrested for. And he's been doing it since the Reagan administration. And all the punishment, including time in jail, isn't deterring him. But
he's allowed to go back to his old town.
It doesn't seem like he's doing enough where a court can lock him up and throw him away. And where do you put him? What you think?
Yeah, I mean, you could ban him from these stores, which...
Well, they did.
Yeah.
They did, and he went back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean... Look, on this show, we're not normally lock up someone and throw away the key.
Yeah.
But this is a very unique circumstance.
Well, he's also been convicted 9 times.
Well, accused 9 times. He's done jail time, so he's been convicted. I mean, Tommy, you got a guy putting kids in danger.
Yeah.
You got a guy who is undeterred by what the state can do to him. He's one of these weird criminal unicorns. He does enough to get in serious trouble, but not enough where there's a law where they can send him away for a long time.
Yeah.
Like when they wrote these laws, no one anticipated a man like this ever existed.
No kidding.
Right?
Yeah.
So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What the hell are you supposed to do with this man from this point on?
I mean, the only thing you could do is lock him up permanently, like a 3 strikes you're out kind of a thing.
I don't think that exists. Like you're making up laws. That's the point.
But I thought we did have that.
I don't think we have a 3 strikes you're out law when it comes to public lewdness.
Yeah, maybe it depends on the crime.
Because he's never...
Did you just sincerely make up a way to lock him up forever that does not exist in our court system?
Well, yeah, that's how laws are made. They make them up.
No, well, yeah.
Yeah, you come up with an idea.
After voting, and then they go through things.
And I ran that entire process through my head.
And you, okay.
The Senate side, and the other side, the Congress side, we all came together.
Sure.
We passed some Tommy legislation over here saying, lock him up.
Okay, how about this then?
What else can you do with him?
Well, that's what I'm asking, because that's the complicated situation we have here. Outside of a made-up thing in your head, what do you do with this man?
Clothes you can't take off.
Okay, that's one idea.
You gotta lock him in his shorts.
He's just going to keep peeing his pants.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
We get him a diaper, unremovable shorts.
That's actually not the worst idea I've heard. Kimmy, what do you do with this guy?
I mean, because shame didn't do it, right? Like, shame didn't prevent him from doing it again.
If I'm not mistaken,
jail time didn't prevent him from doing it again. Other than literally physically keeping him from going out and doing it, which would be jail, I don't know how else you prevent a guy like that from showing up somewhere else.
You brought up shame. If I remember correctly, this guy made a spectacle out of himself being brought out of court a couple of years ago. Where he was yelling at cameras that were outside. I remember if this is the same guy. So look, it sounds like based on the previous incidents he's been a part of, you could send him back to jail. And it looks like that's going to happen if there's a conviction.
You're just gonna, by the way, how old is he?
54.
All right.
But it's like you were going to say, there's a point where he gets back out again. And based on his track record, we know exactly what he's going to do as soon as he's back on the street.
He'll find somewhere else to go do it.
It is weird that the best option is for folks to have to keep calling the cops when they see his penis.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only real recourse here.
Yeah.
Because like we said, the guy was banned from Walmart. Doesn't care if the allegations are true, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you put him under house arrest? At least you could keep track of him. Just put the monitor on his ankle
for the rest of his life. That I've never heard of that before.
I know.
Right? And even if you have him on house arrest, you can track him to where he's showing his penis to people.
Yeah. He'd still go outside.
I mean, like it's not. I mean, hell, if he wanted to open up the window, he can keep doing what he's doing. He's technically still. I'm in the house, Ted. Stop me now. I'm in the house. Like, it seems like there is legitimately no solution to stop this guy from continuing to do what he's been convicted of and continually alleged doing over and over again.
Yeah, and the town must know this guy by now. He's lived there for 30-something years.
Well, when he's not in jail.
Right, but he's in and out. Like, he's got to be like a regular at places.
But yeah, that was the one thing that struck me when I was reading the details of his latest arrest. Again, 252 WCMF, we're talking about 54-year-old Paul Gadrell. He's from Canandaigua since 1989. He's been arrested on public lewdness charges at least 9 times. He spent several years in state prison. He was arrested back in December for allegedly taking and showing himself to a young girl inside a Canandaigua Plaza. A few days after, he was arrested for doing the same thing in a grocery store. He's been arrested again for allegedly following a family around Walmart, a place that he's been banned from since 2021, and there is no law, it seems, to lock him up and keep him away forever.
Yeah.
You're right. With a guy with this kind of reputation, you would think everyone in this town would know who he was.
Yeah, there he goes. Like, you're just waiting to see him drop trow.
Well, I wouldn't stand around and wait for that.
No, but, like, if you see him at any moment, you may witness.
You make it sound like it's the Old Faithful at Yellowstone.
Yeah. Well, every town's got a regular, I guess.
Like, is this guy, like, well known? Is he, like, facially known in Canandaigua?
At this point, I would think at this point, you know what he's capable of. You may recognize him from decades of being in the news for this.
You know, what I find interesting about this story, on top of this, unicorn, one of those people where they didn't write laws thinking he'd ever exist.
Yeah.
We've talked about guys accused of this on the show before. Not a guy with this kind of track record, but people who do like this stuff like this because they enjoy it.
Yeah.
There's been a debate on this show about calling the cops or not when someone takes their penis out and shows it to you.
Yeah.
This guy is the reason you have to call the cops.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
And now you're going, yeah.
Well,
that's
there's
right.
kids around.
Well, no, I'm not even saying that. Take the kids out of it. You're in a parking
He's back
lot.
again.
Yeah, and boom, here's a guy's penis. And
Yeah.
you've said you just get in the car and drive away.
Yeah.
Doesn't bother you. But you don't know what the background of that person is that just exposed themselves. You don't know where they're on their way to go do
That's true.
the next day. Because, I mean, this guy...
You don't know if it's a daily thing for this person.
Exactly. Right? Like, this story proves, maybe as much as we don't want it to, the system doesn't work if everyone isn't a part of the system.
But the system is putting him in
He is
because
getting
you can't
caught,
hold him.
Yeah.
But only because people are calling. But yes, I'm saying at least in this case, if he gets convicted, he's probably off the street again for
a little while.
right?
Yeah, and then here he comes. Like
Let's hope not.
How much time do you get for that? Like every time?
Kimmy, could you Google the jail time he's done? Because I remember this story.
Means he go in for like a year, 6 months, back out.
I remember the story from a couple of years ago when he got out one of the times. Because we've talked about this guy before on the show. And I feel like it was like a shockingly significant amount of time.
Oh, really?
Like multiple years.
All
But I
right.
could be wrong as Kimmy looks it up. But like you say, I don't want to get involved, not my business, didn't freak me out. If you don't participate in the system of this person broke the law and I need to call the cops, the system doesn't work.
That's true. That is true. But
what? What's the but?
I don't want to call.
Why don't you want to call?
It's not like somebody else will
Because you
call.
don't get to see his penis anymore?
No, somebody else will call.
Well, okay, maybe someone else
They'll
will
call.
How do if you're okay?
Good town folk.
It also makes you wonder if there are other people that have the opinion you do. How many times this man may have allegedly done
He
this
could have,
and never been called? Like, think about how many times he's been caught.
Yeah.
How many times has he actually done this?
Yeah, I would think almost every time he's gotten a pretty wild reaction from people. Like somebody called in the area. I can imagine like a mother seeing that and not calling.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how people feel. Maybe you got a busy day going on. You're afraid that, I'm going to have to be here. I don't want my daughter to have to describe it. All these things here, right? I mean, there's reasons why people won't call.
Right. And that's me. So much going on, Pat.
What do you got? You get done at 10, you go home.
I got to go to dry cleaner. I got to get the shoes shined. I got things going on. I got to get to Wegmans. I get the Taylor Swift finger donut.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Folks have been patiently waiting on hold. Again, we're talking about this 54-year-old man out in Canandaigua, Paul Gaudrell. He's been arrested again and again and again for allegedly exposing himself and trying to expose himself to people in a grocery store. Kimmy, what do we got? Do we have anything for jail time over there? What he's done before?
No.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's he's in jail right now without bail.
Okay. We got that going for us, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm trying to find the actual time that he's done.
How about what are you in for without bail? My penis.
Yes.
I've taken my penis out over and over again. Part of me, just out of morbid curiosity, wants to talk to the guy.
Well, what is he going to tell you?
Well, no, maybe there's, why?
Well, obviously he's touched.
No, again, if that, it would be more crimes.
Yeah.
The crime would be more severe.
I don't think you get what you're thinking you're going to get.
No, I'm curious. I want to know what kind of guy this guy is.
It says he spent several years in state prison.
Okay.
All right.
Quote me, several years. That's what I said. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Justin. Hey, Justin, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good morning.
Go. What do you got?
Well, I don't know. I think you guys nailed it. Unless there's nothing really, until he does something more than just this, it's just going to be a revolving door in and out, right?
There's no victim here.
Well, no, there are several
No, I mean,
victims.
he hasn't touched
anything.
He hasn't physically done anything.
Has not
to-
physically harmed someone.
that's
Yes,
it,
that's
yeah.
what you mean. Okay, gotcha.
Right. Until he does something else that you can put him in for long term, it's going to be a revolving door, 2-3 years at a time, and get back out and show yourself again, and go right back in and show yourself
Okay,
again.
so what's the solution, Justin? What's the solution?
I mean, a 9mm round only
Okay, for
costs
God's sakes,
$1.25.
man. What the? Okay, you can't lock him up. You're going to shoot the guy.
Yeah.
God, I hate people like that.
I kind of knew that was coming.
Yeah, I guess that's on me. My fault, everybody. You know, and it's funny, too. We're also not the kind of show that's like when somebody commits a crime that isn't violent, eventually they're going to commit that crime. Because people love to make that argument all the time. But this one makes me nervous. This guy makes me nervous based on what he's done in the past, right? Allegedly and convicted of. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Buckle up, everybody.
What we got?
Let's talk to Ernie. Hey, Ernie. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's happening?
Hey, what's up?
There's 2 cures for this problem.
And he's gone. Don't even need to know.
Okay.
Don't even need it. Why do all the guys that have that solution have the
Well, he
same
called
voice?
it cures to this problem.
Cure,
which I-
and he's gone.
Well, yeah, at least he had 2.
I don't want to know what the other one is. Why do they all talk like this?
That's right, buddy.
All right. Don't bother calling. We're not taking any more. In fact, we're going to move on.
Okay.
We don't want to know.
Nope. Bills game on Sunday. We're talking about it all week.
Mm-hmm.
And poor folks in Orchard Park, just when that snowstorm gets over, they get hammered again the last couple of days. So the Bills put out the signal one more time yesterday. We need shovelers. We need you to come on down and help us out.
Yeah.
And that set off massive debate.
About shoveling?
Yeah, between Bills fans. In fact, there were Bills fans screaming at each other on social media yesterday, Kimmy.
Debating
Upset.
shoveling?
Well, debating what the team should be doing. Because
what you should get in return for shoveling?
all right, there are folks Kimmy, that are looking at this as a fan tradition that they don't want to lose.
Yeah.
And there are fans that saw what another team
Oh,
has.
I did see this. Yes.
To prevent this and go, listen, you're
Let's
a billion.
invest.
Yeah, you're a $1 billion franchise. Why don't you have this? And guys, you gotta ask yourself. Why are we yelling at each other like this?
All right.
Because there might be valid points on both sides.
Okay.
Sides. And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. It's tradition versus efficiency.
Oh.
And it had Bills fans at each other's throats yesterday on social media. This might be one of those arguments where, despite the anger, both sides are right. Even though if you move into the new world with newer and better technology, you lose something that makes Bills fans the special folks that we are. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it.
What do you got?
Buffalo has continued to get hammered with snow
This
week.
is insane.
Orchard Park in particular, where the stadium is just blanketed.
It just lives there.
Yeah. So the Bills yesterday, once again, put out the call for snow shovelers.
Okay.
$20 an hour. Come shovel out walkways and seats, Stadium 1.
Yeah.
When the post went up this week, some Bills fans yesterday on Twitter called out the team.
Why?
They seem to think that the job the shovelers did, first off, leading up to the game last week, was subpar.
It wasn't that impressive looking when you looked at the stadium.
Put a pin in that.
Okay.
Second, on top of that, a post went viral on Monday. The Green Bay Packers have invested in custom stadium snowblowers that can fit in the aisles and clear an aisle of a stadium in the fraction of a time it takes a shoveler to. So they were calling the team cheap and inefficient, saying, one, they're way behind the times. Two, you're a billionaire. Why are you not investing in these snowblowers? And three, if you are going to pay people to shovel, it needs to be more than $20 an hour.
All right.
Then other Bills fan came to the defense of ownership, calling those fans bitching a bunch of bitches, saying they don't understand the significance of the stadium snow shoveler program. Now, for those who don't know, the Bills have been inviting fans to shovel snow out of the stadium for decades.
But I like how they say invited. Like, wow, I get the privilege of throwing my back out in freezing cold weather. Thank you.
But here's the thing. They always get a ton
people
of people.
show up. I know.
And that was just in the years where they would give you a pair of tickets in the nosebleeds when the Bills had been out of the playoffs for 3 weeks, right? Like, I think lots of college kids in the area helps.
Okay.
But more importantly, it does feel like the tradition of it.
Well, it's very community, right? Like the community's coming out to help the team.
And, Buffalo prides itself on being the city of good neighbors. They live and die on that reputation.
So as a good neighbor, what the Bills say is, please come shovel. Here's your $20. Now get out.
I think the Bills are also the last team in the NFL still doing this.
Which is kind of telling you, why are we doing this?
Okay. So you
Efficiency-wise, it seems like it's kind of pointless.
I would have been on the side of snowblower.
Yeah.
Until I saw that fat kid going down that slide.
There you go. You lose fat kid on the slide.
I don't want to lose fat kid on the slide. So I got to go. I'm team shovel.
I mean, it looked like everybody was having fun.
They are.
They were jumping into snow piles.
That's why the shoveling is kind of subpar, because it also looks like everybody's having fun.
The thing about the shoveling, and I don't know because I didn't go, right? But it didn't seem like there was much structure to it.
No.
Okay.
Because I saw there was one video of two people shoveling aisles and throwing snow in the other person's aisle.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, it seems like it's defeating the purpose here.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is it time to get rid of the stadium shovelers for new technology? So, Kimmy, you want them gone.
I just think it doesn't, especially when it was coming down as hard as it was last week, I don't think it did all that much.
Okay. Tommy, you say you want it only for the fat kid on the slide.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I don't want to lose the shovelers, man. There is something romantic about the stadium shovel.
It's old school.
Okay, first off,
very Buffalo.
It is. And look, first, it's money for those who want to make it.
Yeah.
Right? But more importantly, it's a chance to help out your fellow Bills fan. Kimmy, you brought up the city of good neighbors, right?
Yeah.
There is a pride in the people that go shovel out the stadium. And I know it sounds stupid.
Shovel out players, shovel out whoever needs to get there.
Yeah.
The whole community makes that game happen.
You're right. But in the stadium specifically, it's a way for us to help the team win. Because we're never going to put pads on, right? But if I can shovel and clear seats out for folks that are going to scream their heads off and make the left tackle jump early on Sunday, I'm doing my part.
Okay, so you were part of the win.
Right?
You get a ring.
Ooh.
If they win the Super Bowl. Do all the shovelers get a chintzy Super Bowl ring?
If they did that, everybody in Western New York would show up with a shovel. It would be done in 7 minutes.
So let me ask you this. With the new stadium design, it's got a huge overhang.
Yes.
So this probably it's not going to be an issue moving forward for the seats, I'm guessing, unless it comes in some really weird direction.
I would think so. And I would also assume when they move over across the street, they're going to invest in the technology.
Right. So this is a dying art.
This could be the last couple of
Enjoy it
years.
while we can.
So let them have their fun.
I was kind of surprised with the anger from people, and I just only because this has been such a part of my life as a Bills fan. Like I was like, well, what else would you do?
Well, I wonder if the anger came from some people that went to the game.
Oh yeah,
because,
man.
I mean, did you see the one video of people literally carrying snow out of their seats and putting it? I don't even know where they were putting it, but they were just trying to clear it out of the section.
But even that made it more romantic to me, right? Like
to me, yes, watching it from the comfort of my house.
But I wasn't sitting in it, so I don't know.
And that's the other thing. Like, there's no incentive to go out there and really bust your ass so you could be like top shoveler today. You know what I mean? There's no bragging rights to like, Mr. Pagula came down and said he's never seen seats cleared out faster, man.
You want a bonus structure? What are you talking about?
There's no incentive to really go in there and bust your ass.
Well, okay, fine.
You know what I'm saying? That's kind of why when you looked at the stadium, they did very much, but dick around and take their shirts off.
Okay, so Rick writes us on Facebook. He's jumping on your guys' train.
Yeah.
Folks don't want to work as hard now because the shoveling used to be good at the stadium. You saw how much snow there was on game day. The seats had 3 feet of snow. Okay, let's keep in mind here as you guys crap all over these people that went to the stadium. You're crapping. You only had a day to clean out 72,000 seats, and the snow was still coming down while they were doing it, right? It's going to be totally clear this week. It's not going to be a problem.
Well, you know what? That'll be the test.
Bro, they've done this a billion
No, I'm saying,
times.
are they really just, schlepping around having fun?
For God's sakes, man.
It's a big shovel.
Do they have?
It's a jackass shovel party.
I don't know anybody that's done this. Is there like a couple of like bosses in charge telling people where to go, or do you just show up with a shovel
Are
and
you
start
listening to that
shoveling?
dick anyway?
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Fire me for my shovel job?
I don't know if like
so much snow in that seat over there.
Because you saw like the slide and stuff, so I wonder like who sets all that up and like tells people where to go shovel.
It's a good question. Unless they just turn you loose and say go.
Kind of looks like it, right?
Okay, you guys are such dicks.
Well, even like here, like when they have us clean the streets, or those Goodwill things, it's always like nobody's really like hustling.
Well, that's also like a
You've
volunteer
never showed up to it. How would you know?
I saw it on Instagram.
252 WCMF. Bills fans at odds with each other yesterday on social media. The Bills asked for more shovelers for the stadium because there's been more snow. Folks came out and said, why don't you have the little snow blowers like Green Bay has? You're billionaires. 2, you're not paying people enough money to shovel the stadium. And 3, the folks aren't doing a good enough job anyway. Other Bills fans jumped in and go, hey, you pieces of crap. This is part of the tradition. It's what makes Buffalo unique. Folks love to go do it. Shut up.
All right.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Greg. Hey, Greg, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Duffy?
Yo.
Hey, listen, I agree with everything you guys are saying, but I just wanted to comment on it. I think that the shoveling's great. I think the fans pitching in, City of Good Neighbors, all that stuff's awesome. Go Bills. But I think the issue is that a lot of season ticket holders that pay for seats, when you get in the stadium, and I know they only had a limited amount of time to do it, but the seats just aren't clear, and so. You're forced to have to either sit in a ton of snow, which is kind of fun because you could throw your beer in there and it keeps it chilled. But when you got older people that are with you, or you got your parents that are with you and they're standing in snow and they're freezing, or you're in your seat and you've cleared it, but then you got other people come into their seats and they got to clear their snow and throw it on top of other people. I just think that it makes for controversy. And the other thing is. Why don't the Bills, in knowing that they're going to do this, why don't they do something fun where they hand out some swag? Maybe they get a bunch of plastic shovels with a Bills logo, like I shoveled out the stadium, and hand them out to all the fans when they come in, and the fans could shovel out their own seats.
Okay,
mini shovels.
So you want to hear drunks, sharp shovels, to sit in the fans next to your cankled grandmother who's shivering in her comfortable shoes.
Plastic shovels.
Valid point on Tommy's part.
Did people bring their own shovels into the stadium?
You could either bring or they would supply.
No,
because I saw people when fans were coming in with shovels.
On Sunday. On Sunday, I think the Bills let shovels in the stadium.
That should not happen.
Hey, Greg. Oh, Greg hung up. I think he got mad because you made a good point.
I also said his grandmother has cankles.
So I was
All grandmas have cankles.
They sure do.
I didn't know if people showed up with their own shovels because it kind of looked like it.
Oh, wow.
Going back to Greg's point about the whole, if you want the seats to be clear, maybe I'm warped because I've been doing this since I was 4 going to these games.
Yeah.
Right?
And your parents didn't care about your health.
And I am a season ticket holder. I always looked at that as part of the charm of going to a game, too.
Yeah. Right? But as you get older, you want comfort.
All right, look, I'm not. I don't. This is going to sound kind of a dick move.
Oh, God.
If you're complaining that your elderly parents are having to stand in snow, maybe don't bring them to a January outside football game.
That's a good point.
right?
Because you could lose one of them.
Right, like in all seriousness,
Yeah.
like because you're not just getting out of your car and going. Everybody tailgates. Everybody's hanging around. It's a long walk, no matter where you park. I get it. I mean, I'm sympathetic, but like there are other places maybe safer you could be than because even if the steps are clear, they're still going to be
You
wet
could
and
lose.
slippery.
You could crack a hip.
They're concrete, man.
Yeah.
Like everyone just be cool. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
As soon as you start a story with it started on Twitter or X or Y or Z or whatever the hell they're calling it these days, it's just a dumpster fire. None of these opinions matter, for God's sakes. They're just arguing about snow shoveling. Shut up. Do something productive. My question is...
Like shovel. Get out there and grab a shovel and do something productive.
I'm getting to it. Don't steal my thunder.
Oh,
Listen,
sorry.
how long did it take them to clear the stadium?
So they only had a day where
It's
it
like
stopped snowing
overnight
last week,
almost,
and they
right?
didn't have the time to get the whole stadium done.
Sorry, my question should be, how long do you think the average shoveler actually worked?
Oh, good question. Because
Couple hours?
they let them work in 2-hour shifts, and I don't think they sent you home, unless if you wanted to keep working. But yeah.
Because let me tell you something. I've been busted to the point where I have no money, and I've gone up and down the streets offering to shovel people's driveway in the hope that they would give me some cash when you're trying to feed your family. So if the word's coming out that somebody's going to give you some cash, I'm there. I'm there. And these people bitching on whatever social media platform they want, they were never going to shovel anyway. They're never going to volunteer for anybody else. So shut up. Keep your mouth closed. That's all I have to say.
Yeah!
Bye.
Yeah!
Yeah, I'm sick of these opinions.
Jeremy's fired up.
You know, it's funny, too. Look, I normally agree with Jeremy and his takes on social media is a complete type. Never read the comments. There were conflicting journalistic pieces written about this yesterday.
On shoveling.
Yes, on
like
whether
professional writers.
Yes, whether the Bills should allow the shoveling or whether the Bills should invest in something less antiquated. I don't know, you know what a traditionalist I am, especially when it comes to the Bills and football and game day and things like that.
Yeah.
This feels like one of those things where if you do go the technology route and go, all right, you're right, we're a $1 billion franchise, we can afford a couple of these things, no big deal.
Yeah.
This will be one of those things 10 years from now where we look back and go, oh, man, why did we get rid of that?
I know.
You know, it's like those romantic stories. I got a buddy, Jerry, who I've tailgated with since I was 4 years old.
Yeah, he's an old cat. Right?
Yeah, old guy. And he grew up in Buffalo, and he and his brother, when they were 10 and 7, used to take the bus down to Old War Memorial Stadium and watch the Bills play.
Yeah.
Like the AFL days. And that is the most romantic thing in the world to me.
Sure.
I would never in a million years allow my kid to do that
course
because
not.
it's not socially acceptable anymore.
Right.
But we lost that.
All right.
This feels like one of those things.
But everything gets replaced by another memory. You know, like your daughters will have those memories of their things.
Okay.
You know, they don't need your memories; they need their memories.
Where they lose a hand in a snowblower at the new Highmark Field.
Yeah, there you go. You know what I'm saying? And then you have that "Where's your hand?" story.
It's that new segment we're doing on Tuesdays.
Where do they hand it?
Where they hand it. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Good, Duffy. How you doing?
Good, Chris. What do you got?
So, the reason the stadium looked like that, I was up there working the night before, clearing snow, on the roads and everything.
Yeah.
They almost got another foot between 11 o'clock at night and 4 a.m. the day before.
Yeah, they couldn't keep up.
Oh, now all of a sudden you're on their side. You're only a second ago telling me, lazy ass, douchebag ass.
I don't know, did you guys see those snow blowers that Green Bay had? Those weren't going to do anything when you see the pictures of what the stadium was like.
Yeah,
I went to the game.
Pocket
Those snow blowers weren't going to do anything.
So they wouldn't have moved the snow?
No, the snow is way too high. I think it's going to be a problem this week. I'm up here right now in Orchard Park, and they've got another 6 feet of snow since.
Wait, they got 6 feet of snow now? On top of what they had?
They got a knee of snow.
Since the game.
God damn.
They've almost got another 6 feet of snow.
All right, everyone listen. Get your asses up there and start shoveling. Come on. I need my seats clear. Chris, thanks for the call. Go Bills.
Go Bills.
All right.
Wow.
Let's take one more call.
Okay.
Folks are fired up, man.
Oh, yeah. You're
Fired
talking
up.
shoveling.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody has an opinion on shoveling.
We'll finish our hot shovel talk with Thanksgiving Mike. Hey, Mike, how you been, buddy?
I'm well, fellas, but I have a question, Duffy, and if you could keep an open mind just for a quick second. I remember a conversation that we had over the summer when the PGA was coming into town and they were giving out these $120 valued T-shirts and swag kits. And you were like, why would these people do this for this multi-million-dollar corporation, and they're utilizing their
Was this a
All of their,
volunteer?
Yes.
human
So you
labor-
volunteered.
Yeah,
Whoa, hold on.
you
Keep going.
volunteered. However, you did get a swag package that was worth like 160 or whatever it was, plus they fed you, plus everything else.
Sure.
How is this any different?
Because you left out one very important detail in what you said, Mike. You didn't volunteer. You had to pay to volunteer at the PGA.
Oh, you did?
You did. You had to cut. Hold on. You had to cut them a check to then work for them for the week. That was my problem.
Do you know why the cutting of the check was, right?
Why is that?
was all insurance issues.
Okay.
So that if the person did get injured, that they would pick up that because they were going to cover that tab.
Yeah, wherever it goes, it's coming out of my bank account for $1 billion.
You don't think that check goes right into Rory's pocket?
just like the
right
NFL,
here
though.
or right there?
No, but like if they said, "Hey, we want you to come shovel. It's $20 an hour. By the way, it'll cost you $60 up front to shovel." I would have a serious problem with that. This, as Jeremy put it, if I need a way to put money in my pocket, I mean, it's an opportunity to do it.
Plus, throw out your back.
Okay. Well, so wait, this is a no-go, but the PGA to pay to volunteer, that's cool.
Well, like I said, you're getting your money back and all the swag that they're giving you. You're not getting that in Buffalo.
But it's also a douchier sport, golf.
Oh, okay, I'm just saying.
Okay.
I was killed for it before.
Yeah, but you left out the most important detail.
You've never met any old man in your life with an Oak Hill Ryder Cup hat that you've enjoyed a conversation with.
Oh God, no! Listen, I'm not defending the Oak Hill Dicks in that regard.
Kind of a little bit there, Mikey
Look
boy.
at this. I am 1%er Mike
Right.
coming out in the break.
Always
room.
living fat.
Mikey, good to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Mike.
He's pissed.
What? Just include that detail. Very important detail.
I completely forgot you had to pay to volunteer.
Yes, which I don't think is volunteering.
No.
All right, let's take a break. We got our boys coming in to recap Tommy's picks
This
in
is
just a
it.
second.
Wow.
Well, it's not it. There's 2 more games after
Yeah,
this.
but this is it.
Shut up. Trim your pubes. I'm going to tell you why. Next to the break room on CMF. Here's your tip of the day, gentlemen.
What's that?
Trim your pubes. And do it soon.
Yeah.
And
Well, I thought we were.
Well, so it turns out maybe not as much as we had anticipated.
Oh. You're
hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. We recap Tommy's picks on this divisional playoff football Friday with our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
Always on time.
RD Rising Duffy.
The Rising Duffy.
He's a Rising Duffy. He's RD's Rising
Shut
Duffy.
Up. We'll get to it. Just a couple minutes here in the break room on CMF. A new study done on sexual preferences shows that women prefer men who trim their pubic hair.
Yeah, you think it want it cleaned up down there if you're going down for business.
So I want to be clear, and it's disturbing, I know this, but that's how close we are. You go scorched earth down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just bare bones.
Yeah.
Like a little baby boy. Well, I mean, it's what it looks like. It's true.
Hey, this is your story.
That women do not like.
They don't.
Well, I don't go bare. I mean, it's not like Chernobyl down there. I mean, there is some action.
Oh, I thought you went bare skin.
It's to the.
Could you do
yeah. There is a bare. Yeah, like my.
Could you do a slip and slide?
So my sack is completely shaved.
How do you do that?
Slowly and carefully.
No, seriously.
I'm serious. I do it, but
you pull it out like a curtain.
Yeah, kind of. I've been doing it for years, bro. I'm like a diamond cutter down there.
Yeah, that makes me so nervous.
But I don't pube slack.
So according to this study, completely bald is a no-no, but trimmed to the point where there's a little bit down there is good. And this goes past, Tommy, how visually pleasing it is to a woman. The study shows that women viewed men with trimmed pubes as, quote, good in bed and pleasers, as opposed to men who are untouched down there.
Well, yeah,
I guess it shows you're putting the effort in.
Right.
You care.
You're going to look like a cleaner person unless you got, speaker wire coming out of the cabinet.
We were wondering how many men a couple of weeks ago trim their pubes, and it's estimated in this study that only 6 in 10 American men trim their.
That's a
pubic
lot.
hair.
I mean, 6 in 10.
Bro, can you imagine?
Bro, that gets you in the White House.
Like, are there some guys? Are there some guys that just aren't that hairy? So maybe that's why they don't trim.
Find me that guy.
I don't know.
Even
I'm asking. I don't
even the
know.
least hairy of men have giant.
Yeah.
All
For
right.
some reason, everybody is loaded up down there.
Looks like a dirty airbag went off.
Yeah, it does.
So the other good news is
Good news.
Your wife and girlfriend most likely enjoys the look of your penis. So
I thought no woman likes the look of a penis.
No, the majority of women in this study said they viewed their partner's genitals positively visually.
But is that because you're their partner, or because it actually looks good?
That I don't know. I mean, maybe you grow to love the way that it
That's
looks.
what I'm wondering. Like, you accept what you have.
Because no woman finds a penis attractive.
There are women who find penises attractive. We've had this discussion before. I understand that Kimmy doesn't.
Well, didn't we talk about like what a handsome penis looks
there
like?
have to be handsome
I think that there are
penises.
some.
It would have to be attached to a handsome man.
No, here's what it is. Some look better than others, but all penises are ugly.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
It's not aesthetically pleasing to look at a penis.
No, I understand.
Even like them statue ones, like David.
Yeah.
He's got ugly crank, man.
No, but like ugly
and
is
small. I mean, it's marble, man. You could have been nice to the guy.
So, fun fact: this is a true story.
You give the guy abs, no penis.
Back in the day, they looked at big penises as like low intelligence
Well,
things.
No, I thought this was like the emperor.
What?
I thought like all the emperors had like big schlongs.
What? Was this a dream you had?
I would assume.
Hey, Emperor! What up, Nero? Tell me you lay.
What books are you reading?
No, but they were all naked back then. I'm not pulling for a little weenie.
What?
Like if I'm in a Roman court,
Well, you know what? I wonder
or
though.
like the forum, I figure like Caesar had a big wang.
In terms of like strength, though, because like they were always like going into battles and stuff, I would think a bigger penis, you'd die faster.
No, but you're a man. You're a man.
It's a hindrance.
You win the chariot race
With your big penis. No, it would weigh you down.
Yeah.
You bend her.
Bend her over, right?
Oh.
Hello?
Oh.
Thank you.
That and more at the Kensal Comedy Club.
Kimmy, the reason I bring up that your wife or girlfriend most likely enjoys the look of your penis or finds it aesthetically pleasing.
Right.
Recent studies have showed that men are increasingly viewing their own genitals in a negative light. One, that they're too small. Two, they have a poor, and I'm not making this up, scrotum to dong ratio.
Okay.
And three, a lot of men don't like the look of their sacks, period, which is a boat I'm on, by the way.
Well, yeah, the sack is the ugliest part of the whole operation down there.
Yeah, but like as I get older, my sack is changing.
Well, it's only going to get uglier, I'm guessing.
Well, it's like it's
just like the rest of your body.
Well, it's like that's where they get the term "holding the bag," man. Nobody wants to get caught holding the bag.
That's not where they get the term.
Yes, that's where they got
because
your bag holds your balls and they're ugly, and that's why you hold the bag, man.
Shut up.
There is
you hold a lot of bags, are you?
I got mine.
There is a group of people that may have a better reference than others.
Oh, okay.
And we got a tweet from somebody who says that they're a nurse. They said, this isn't sexual, but a professional preference.
Right.
As a nurse, I can't tell you how many dingleberries I've had to trim out of adult men's pubes. Please keep them trimmed.
That means you ain't even bathing properly.
How does it get down there?
How do you not scrub it out? Oh, that's
I guess
nasty.
they've seen it all, though.
Yeah.
All right. So again, just to recap, trim your pubes because not only it looks better to women, they view men with trim pubes as good in bed and pleasers, and you should feel better about your own penis. It's not as bad as you think it looks.
And trim it out of respect, right? If you want some action down there, maintain.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe you don't get the action
Show you
unless...
care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, deal.
Put a little effort in.
Which is funny. We could say that. Like, if we said that to a woman, show you care. Like, you son of a bitch. All right. A pair of pubes coming in to hang out with us now. Tommy made his picks this morning. From 95.7 The Fan, the sports bar, Mike Danger. And from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy. Join us to recap a divisional round pick fest.
So much going on.
And we'll do it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Bills, Chiefs, 6:30 Sunday night, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. Oh my God, my stomach hurts. What? Don't do that.
So important a game.
It is an
My
important.
tummy hurts.
Wow.
I got a tummy ache.
You're hanging out in the break room. Well, that's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Before we get to everyone's favorite segment every week, you can watch the game.
Watch it.
That's right, Kimmy.
Lady K?
Yeah, she's going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li, which is my favorite place now in Rochester to watch a football game. Everyone that works there, super cool. It's the perfect spot. Perfect spot.
Yeah.
So go spend your Sunday night with Ole Miss Kimmy. 6:30 kickoff at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li. 3 heads on tap, baby.
Oh, you can't beat that.
Come on. With your friends from 96.5 WCMF. Joining us on this divisional round football Friday, our good buddies from the Sports Bar on 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger.
Good morning, everybody.
How's it going?
I'm well.
And from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, fresh off his 13 Wham appearance, and then his national news weather appearance, and then his guest spot on the Sports Bar.
Indoor cat.
Indoor cat. Okay, real quick, Kimmy, do we have that audio from the 13 Wham interview from Ryan from earlier this week? Didn't we play it on the air the other day? Don't worry about it. Never mind.
Thank God.
Ryan, you referred to yourself on a television interview when asked what you were wearing to the game on Sunday as an indoor cat.
Listen, okay, anyone who's on the spot when you're trying to find something interesting to say,
yeah, we wouldn't know
anything about that. You're going to walk down a dark alley of words that you didn't intend to come out of your mouth. So I referred to myself as an indoor cat.
I love how you pretend like you were not fully aware for an hour and a half they were driving to your house to do a television interview with you.
More like 35 minutes, but... yeah, but in that time, I'm also cleaning my house because I didn't anticipate a news reporter was going to come over.
Right. You know what I'm hearing right now?
What's that?
Jealousy.
Yeah,
because you know what you are?
With a little dust to envy on top of it.
You know what you are?
What's that?
You're the Rise.
I've
you are the Rise.
I've seen that printed on the internet.
The Rise.
People are starting to call him the Rise.
Is that what
Risen Christopher Duffy.
See what you did? Like he tries to play all humble and he comes in with that like he hasn't been thinking about it the whole ride over here. All right. Let's get into some football.
Yeah, come on.
This game, Danger, is almost impossible to handicap because on one hand, you have McDermott playing close to the vest all of his injury information, right? The guy that was carted off the field on Sunday is day-to-day. On the other hand, we've never seen Patrick Mahomes have to play a road game in the playoffs. We don't know what this Chiefs offense is because, I mean, look, the team hung 26 points on the Dolphins, but they were also injured. Meanwhile, they've only scored 30 points 3 times all season long, and the Bills' defensive injuries could factor into how they perform. Their defense looks great. Josh Allen has been, when it comes to games he's playing, spectacular, but his arm is winning him some. His legs are winning him some. They haven't been leading on James Cook. Danger. If you could define how you feel about this game in one word right now, what would it be?
I'm divided.
Ooh, good one.
I'm divided. You know what? The Bills' offense, I think this year is better than the Chiefs' offense. The Chiefs' defense, I think this year might be better than the Bills, certainly healthier than the Bills' defense. It's gonna be a tight one on Sunday.
Tight. What have I been saying all season? Got to keep it tight.
Can we ban the word tight
Look
so
at that
he
fist.
doesn't yell the word?
Look at that little fist. Got to keep it tight, baby. Tight of the fist.
Stop it.
The rise of the fist.
Ryan, don't do what are we in Mexico City?
Ryan Power.
It's Ryan Power.
Yeah, I'm Tommy John. Ryan Power.
Oh, God.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Even if the Bills are decimated by injury,
yep.
What they were able to pull off with injuries in-game against the Steelers last week. I mean, A.J. Klein goes from sitting on his couch, planning an RV vacation with his family, to leading the team in tackles and calling the defense. I mean, are the injuries something that are giving you pause for the Bills this weekend?
Well, sure. I like the idea that whether it's true or not, that everyone on the injury report is day-to-day. But, yeah, I think there was magic in a bottle with A.J. Klein coming in. And, we talked about this on our show this week, that there's no other person in the world that would have been able to come in, and A.J. Klein, to be able to come in and run Sean McDermott's defense like he did. Now, that's a great relief situation, but if A.J. Klein's the starter, do you think you're going to get the same level of production for 60 minutes against a very formidable rival in the Buffalo Bills in the Kansas City Chiefs? I don't know. It's a little bit of a dice roll there.
All right. With that being said, Tommy made his picks this morning. He was very saucy, feeling it.
Saucy.
I will say this before we get through. Tommy told us that his bonus pick came to him in a vision.
All right.
He was sleeping. It came to him, and he wrote it down. Excuse me, went to his wife so she could write it down because he doesn't know how to write.
Does she manage your dream journal?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's get to our first pick from Tommy this morning here on CMF. Over under 2.5 passing touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes.
So that would be 3 passing touchdowns.
Yeah. Yes.
In a tight game, a tight game.
Well, I mean, if it becomes,
And they're not the team that they were.
Who, the Chiefs?
No.
Okay.
They're not the team. I'm going to say that grown-ass Muppet child, and he is a grown-ass Muppet child, ain't getting his 3. I'm going to take the under.
Shut him down.
Shutting down the Muppet.
It's the playoffs, man.
Yeah.
And the Bills' defense, we don't know who's there. I might be starting at linebacker this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah. Gave me a helmet and everything.
Love to see it.
So, to be clear, you are under 2. And are you knobbing somebody over there? What are you are under 2.5 passing touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
All right, Danger, that sounds like a lot of passing touchdowns, especially based on how the Chiefs' offense has performed all season long. But we touched on the injuries. You could have your 4th and 5th corner starting. You could have your 5th and 6th linebacker starting. Over, under 2.5 passing touchdowns for Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes.
You know, we kind of wondered last offseason like what it was going to look like with Sean McDermott calling the plays, being the defensive coordinator and the head coach. And it's his system that is really going to be tested here by Mahomes. I don't know that the injuries, we're making a big deal out of the injuries, and there's certainly a gap in talent between A.J. Klein and what you had in Terrell Bernard. But really with Sean McDermott's defense, these guys just need to know where they need to be to confuse Mahomes, to kind of get Mahomes to think twice before he throws the ball downfield or before he decides to scramble. I'm going to take the under on this one.
That's a player talking right there, buddy.
We've been talking all week, Ryan, about what the Bills have to prove here. Mahomes actually has a ton to prove here, too, with this first road playoff game. People are kind of writing him off with his performance, and, you've never had to do this in front of a nasty. That guy holds a grudge like Josh Allen does.
Sure.
Over under 2.5 touchdown passes for Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, as far as the environment's concerned, Patrick Mahomes this week to the media said, he wants it to be as loud as possible. Now, obviously, what else are you going to say?
Did he make a T-shirt that said, I wish it were louder?
Could you guys just kind of keep it down for me? Could you kind of keep it down for a little bit for me? But yeah, no, I think that as far as the 2.5, that feels a little too high for me. Now the Chiefs are one of the highest, if not the highest, running screen offensive pass plays in the league. Now, unless one of those, or in this case 3 of those, go for big chunk yardage, you're not going to be running those in the red zone. I think Isaiah Pacheco on the ground is going to be more of a threat to get in the end zone. I got to take the under on this one.
Look at that.
All right. I mean, it is high, but look, man, something makes me nervous about playoff Mahomes and you guys just being so 2.5.
I think it's definitely plausible, if not likely. It just feels a little too high for me.
It's likely I don't want it.
I mean, I'm just going with my gut here.
All right, so it's a sweeperoo.
That's a gut to listen to. You listen to that gut.
You know what I hear it is?
What?
It's an RG. Rising gut.
I think your dad has that rep.
Oh, no, that thing's it's as high as it's going to get, man. All right, 252 WCMF. I don't know why I'm giving you a phone number. It's a Tommy Tells It Like It Is Friday. Danger, Ryan recap. And let's get to our second pick from this morning here on CMF. Over under 300 yards passing.
Yeah.
For Josh Allen.
So 300 yards total yardage.
Passage.
I am going to take the over, like a C hair over, but I'm taking the over by a C hair.
I think you want the under, and you're afraid of the blowback from Bills fans if you take the under. That's what I think. What are you scared? What are you scared? Oh, stop it! I don't want to take the over, but I'm going to take the over because I want to pander to people listening to the show because I'm a scared-ass pandering-ass scared-ass bitch. Take the under if you think
I can't win.
You bitch, take the
No,
under.
I'm taking a C over.
You're going to take the over.
This is C.
No, because here's what he's
if
going
I
to do.
just get it, it's going to really piss you off.
Well, no, because you got it either way.
No,
you don't
you'll be
have
pissed
to.
off. You all root against me every week.
No, I root for the Bills.
Yeah.
No, you all root against me.
So to be clear, you're over by a C
hair.
300 yards passing for Josh.
And that's kind of calling my shot. I'm saying just a C hair over.
All right. In 2 games, playoff games against the Chiefs, Ryan, Josh Allen has thrown for 287 and 329 yards. So he's averaging over 300 yards a game in the playoffs against the Chiefs.
Yep.
However, the offense has changed this year. There are games where Josh is going out and accounting for 450 yards, and he's over 300. There are games where they're winning by 2 touchdowns, and he's throwing for 97 yards.
Yeah.
Complementary football. Over under 300 yards passing for Josh Allen Sunday.
Because the Bills' offense has been so complimentary, especially over the last 7 weeks or so, and with the gear that we saw Josh Allen go into with that 52-yard touchdown run, and on top of the lack of huge pass plays that we've seen with like the miss to Stephon Diggs, even though I think one of those are coming, 300 seems a little too high for me. I think that he's going to go off. I think he's going to have a great game, but 300 is way too high. I'm going to go with the under on this one.
Ooh.
Yeah, but he's kind of on my side.
Do you have a lot under or a C hair under?
I mean, I'd probably say a C hair under 300.
All right, so we're close.
We're splitting the difference.
But you're not. You're splitting the C hair.
Don't we always?
Depends. And that based on what we just talked about. Ladies, trim. Danger. Josh, I can't believe you boys talk like this in the break room, you puss. You don't.
Conversations I will never have with Gene Battaglia in the sports bar, by the way.
Well, he's never seen one. It's all a rumor down there.
Danger. Josh Allen does not have to use his rocket arm to win this game the way he has in the past. Over under 300 yards passing for Josh Allen.
Didn't it feel like he had a really good game last week against the Steelers, passing the ball? Like he had a couple of really long passes, and you get the Khalil Shakir touchdown, and then you realize, like, oh, that was only 17 yards. Like the touchdown pass to Dalton Kincaid, not really like a big 80-yard bomb or anything like that, which I think you need in this game if you're going to go over 300. I'm going to take the under. I think Kansas City's defense is really, really good. So I see around 250, but
all right, that's a long C hair.
No, wait,
he's just saying a super stringy long C hair.
For God's sake.
Like a 70s springy C hair.
Springy.
So which is close.
Recapping Tommy's picks this morning on Tommy Tells It Like It Is. Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan. The Sports Bar 3 to 6 every weekday from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast. Ryan Duffy. Let's get to our third pick from Tommy this morning here on CMF. Over under 4.5 receptions for Khalil Shakir on Sunday.
I am going to take the over. I think he's got to get his 5 lousy catches in this game to give it away. Come on.
That's a lot of catches.
That's 5 in a whole.
He's the
3 hours. You're going to catch the ball 5 times.
He's the third receiver. You can make the argument with Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid the way they've been used. He's the fourth or
Dalton's
fifth.
Been dropping.
He had a touchdown catch last week.
But he's also been doing some dropping.
What are you talking about?
The boy drops.
He has the record for the most receptions by a rookie in Buffalo Bills history.
Hey, as a youngin', he's doing great. But I'm just going to take 5 lousy catches from this kid.
So you are going to be over on Khalil Shakir 5.5 catches.
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay, no, I'm just making sure.
You got to ask.
Khalil Shakir is weird because he will always make an impact, and he will do it no matter how many balls he catches. For example, against Miami, he had 6 catches for over 100 yards, led the team. Last week, he makes an impact with that touchdown on 3 catches, and when he's targeted, he will catch the ball. The numbers are insane. The question is, how many times is he targeted, and does he make those receptions? Over, under, danger, 4.5 receptions for Khalil Shakir.
So much of the game is played with confidence, right? Like if you're a confident player, you're going to get fed, you're going to make plays. Khalil Shakir is playing confidently. The ball isn't hitting the turf. He's catching everything that's coming his way. I like the over.
The kid's in a zone right now.
That's despite the fact he only had 3 last week.
It's fine.
Okay. Ryan?
5 lousy
Patrick.
catches.
Khalil Shakir, he has arrived. Right? This has been the Khalil Shakir season. It's really been the Khalil Shakir second half. Over, under 4.5 receptions for Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir.
To Danger's point, I think the confidence plays a huge factor in it. And his lack of drops, you mentioned it too, his lack of drops, knock on wood, are like outstanding. I think that if there is ever a game that the defense is going to game plan around the impact that someone like Khalil Shakir would have, this would be the one, which would give me a little bit of pause to say like 5 maybe a little too much. I still got to take the over on this one. I think they're going to target him.
Okay,
Total break room sweep.
But you bring up
unprecedented.
And we didn't talk about Diggs
It happened
either.
like literally a second ago.
You know that Diggs will be like the focus, like, well, let's take away Diggs. And Diggs hasn't really performed well against the Chiefs, especially in the playoffs. If they continue that path and kind of eliminate Diggs from the game plan, more for Khalil.
And on top of that, too, if L'Jarius Sneed is traveling with Diggs, on top of that, arguably he's their best corner in Kansas City. So now you have someone. I'm not saying McDuffie is not a scrub.
Good.
You know what I mean? But at the same time, you're taking away 2 of your the 2 positives cancel each other out.
Absolutely, guys.
So, yeah.
Absolutely. I agree totally.
It is
Tommy just glazed over.
Yeah, he's done.
completely.
It is going to be hard to cheer against an Irish guy in McDuffie with the Chiefs this weekend.
Right.
Yeah. The Bills open as 3-point favorites against the Chiefs at home. It is now moved to 2.5. You get 2.5 points for those who aren't degenerate gamblers by simply being the home team. So that means Vegas looks at these teams as exactly equal. I don't know why I'm telling you this, because Tommy made his pick a second ago. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kimmy. Tommy, do the Bills win? And if so, do they do it by 3 points?
Well, come on, Pat. I think everybody's pulling for Buffalo around here, don't you think, Patrick?
Pull. This is not about pulling. This is about what you think is going to
pull. You keep it tight. You got to pull it tight. Tight, Patrick. Tight.
Stop talking like that.
You pull it.
Why are you doing
With
that?
your little fist.
Will you answer the damn question?
You take your two little fists and you pull it. I say the Bills win the game.
Okay.
Now, what was your second question?
Do the Bills don't? Do the Bills win by 3? Don't do it, you stupid son of a bitch.
So we're talking covering by 3 points.
Yeah.
In a game that they desperately need.
Yes. Do the Bills win by 3?
Oh, the Bills definitely win and they cover.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't let them do it.
Good.
We moved on quickly.
Good.
All right, Ryan?
Yeah.
The Chiefs are playing their first road playoff game in over half a decade and statistically have the worst offensive production in that time this season.
Yep.
Do the Bills win? And if so, is it by 3 or more?
You know what to do, Ryan.
The biggest factor, I know what to do. The biggest factor here is the road playoff game for Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. And if you really want to think about it, I understand that Super Bowls are played on a neutral site, but the one Super Bowl that they have lost in the last 5 years was in Tampa Bay against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So you can consider that a hostile environment as much as you want to. So I gotta think that the environment of Bills Mafia that they're providing to the Kansas City Chiefs is going to make it that much more difficult. With that being said, I think that the Chiefs are going to win. I have the Chiefs putting up 457 points.
Okay.
And the Buffalo Bills are going to get 7. And I think that's going to be on a special teams touchdown. Whether that's a punt return, block field goal, whatever the case. So you said it was 2.5?
2.5, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't have the Bills covering. 457, Kansas City, Buffalo 7.
Again,
which I'm pretty sure is a scoregami.
For those who don't know, Ryan picked against the Bills during their run, and they kept winning. So Ryan will now refuse to pick the Bills, thinking that he's impacting how it's going.
He's a good luck, sure.
Yeah. All right. So
ride the hot hand.
Danger. Banged up Bills. Weird Chiefs. Do the Bills win? And if so, do they do it by 3?
Do you know which playoff teams the Kansas City Chiefs have beaten this year?
The Dolphins. I think that's it.
End of list.
Is that it?
Wow.
Do you know which playoff teams the Buffalo Bills have lost to this year?
Philly.
End of list.
Ooh, end of list.
24-21. Buffalo.
Oh!
Damn.
Taylor Swift is mediocre. You heard me say it.
You had me, and then you lost me.
Ryan?
Karma is your boyfriend.
She's a 6. Get out of here.
Whoa.
Get out of here.
Let's not say things we can't take back.
24-21. I hope she hears it.
You can have the Swifties coming after you.
Come at me.
Okay.
Ooh.
That was danger. I did not say that. Do not come after me, Swifties. They're dangerous people. All right, let's get to our bonus pick from Tommy this morning here on CMF.
What? That's so fast. But
It's been waiting this whole time to hear this.
This crowd's going to be going insane, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, the fans are going to be crazy.
It's gonna be loud.
So I say at the end, first of all, here's my predictions, okay?
All right.
Taylor's going to be at the game, obviously.
Okay. It's not a definite.
No.
But you've already.
Yeah.
I say she's at the game.
Okay. All right, fine.
And I say they chopper her in, like I said. They
wait.
land her on the old Ralph Wilson landing pad, and that's how she gets to the stadium. So they are going to taunt her the entire game.
As she's getting off a helicopter.
No, in her suite.
Oh.
When she's in the suite, they are going to
The
taunt.
closed suite.
At the end of the game, she's going to be so pissed off at those fans.
Yeah.
She goes total Brian Cox, double birds to the Bills fans because
You think Taylor Swift?
Bills are going to win.
Yeah.
She's going to be pissed off at how this game ends, and she's going to be so sick of these fans. She's going to double Brian Cox, double bird
through the window.
Well, you'll see it right there. I saw DeMar doing the heart in a snowstorm. You don't think I can see her dainty little bird fingers?
He's so excited to do the finger.
I know.
And then Donut Delights makes the bird donuts. Monday morning, you'll be able to get the Taylor Swift finger donut at Donut Delights.
Can I just point out real quick, because Tommy does he's gotten to the point where he does the old man thing where he puts the S's on words where they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
It's Donuts Delight, and he calls it Donut Delights. That's when you know.
All right. So just a couple of quick things.
Yeah, sure.
One, you said this came to you in a dream.
Yeah.
In a nap the other day. Two.
Well, actually, Brian Cox came to me in that dream.
You want to rephrase that?
He doesn't come into your dreams once in a while?
He does not. Donut. Now you got me going to screw up.
Donuts Delights
is selling. Donuts Delight is selling Taylor Swift donuts surrounded by Bills and Chiefs donuts.
Yeah, it was all over the news.
Yeah, very popular. Yeah. So that's where that donut reference drops. All right, so Danger. Will Taylor Swift helicopter in on Ralph Wilson's old helipad on the stadium, hang out in the suite, be so upset by the loss that she double birds the fans, creating the Taylor Swift bird donut at Damn it!
Donuts Delights.
On Monday morning.
You know, they better be careful over there at Donut Delights because if I know one thing about Taylor Swift, she wants control over her image and likeness. She's probably not happy to see her face plastered all over a donut of all things. I mean, that doesn't really fit with the Taylor Swift brand. I'm with Tommy on this.
Whoa.
I'm going double bird Taylor Swift out of the Takeo Spike suite, flipping off everybody, the double bird, and they're on a donut on Monday. I love this. I love this prediction. I'm with you, Tommy.
Okay.
Sweep.
Ryan, this woman is the most protective woman of an image of all time.
Right.
She's never had any kind of controversy with her career in her life that didn't involve dating some guy, and it wasn't even bad stuff. It's like, oh my God.
But no, you say she's never had controversy. She dates these guys, then she craps all over them in these tunes.
That's
man.
what I just
said. It
isn't
like, no, but that is some drama that she creates. So she is used to drama and crapping on guys that she don't like.
Oh my God. I love how you get one guy in here that goes, yeah, Taylor Swift's mediocre, and you go from like, hey, I like her, like, yeah, also this, because
Didn't she like rip up John Mayer?
Yeah, John Mayer's a piece of crap.
He had it coming.
John Mayer's a piece of crap.
He's the poor man's Springsteen.
What?
Yeah, I said it.
He's the poor man's Jerry Garcia.
What?
You heard what I said. Ryan, does Taylor Swift helicopter into Ralph's old helipad?
You think he's betting against a donut?
Sit through this game, get so mad after they lose that she double birds the Bills fans and they sell the double bird Taylor donut at Donuts Delight on Monday.
Come on, Big A.
I just want to make it clear that I've been working for the last, minute and a half internally trying to come up with a bakery pun for cease and desist, and I can't think of anything. So I think I'm starting to lose my touch a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's a good joke when you explain how there's no joke. Welcome to comedy.
I'm opening it up to everybody else to try to
be funny. Something I can't
do to try to succeed where I failed.
Hey,
I
Tommy,
think that's how you push the medium forward.
Tommy, I was thinking about becoming a world-class Olympic sprinter this year. Oh, maybe you guys can do it for me.
I'm just saying. I love the idea of and the image of Taylor Swift throwing the double birds up, and I don't even see it as like a nasty thing. I see it as like a fun back and forth with Bills fans that are like, oh, we're all joking, double birds up, no, double bird to you, no to me. Oh, okay, cool, never mind. The donut part is where you lose me.
Okay,
I don't see that coming to fruition.
That's the first donut that's ever lost you. You're a donut magnet.
Slam dunk. Slam dunk.
I was going to make a funny joke about donuts, too. If anyone wants to jump in, feel free.
I'm going to have, simply because of the donut transition part, I got to go with the no one.
Right.
Okay.
That's a half.
Mike Danger, Sports Bar, 95.7 The Fan, 3 to 6 every weekday. What do you guys got going on this afternoon?
So we're live today from Three Heads Brewing, 3 to 6, Friday Football Talk Live. We're going to do the Kansas City Playoff Edition. We're going to talk to Joe Marino from the Locked On Bills podcast at 3:25. At 4:25, we check in with Alex Gold from our Odyssey Sports sister station in Kansas City. And we'll also have Rochester Nighthawks players with us there as well. Nighthawks Hazy IPA on tap there.
That is so good. That is so good.
Yeah.
If you haven't had it, it's now on full rotation in my beer fridge in my basement.
It's fantastic.
So good. So, all right, go hang out with Danger Gene this
When
weekend.
did Tulio walk in here? Oh, it's in the basement. Got it in the beer fridge. Oh, it's awesome.
You know, I'm not
Top pick.
I argue with you. Ryan?
Yeah.
If I want to catch the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, where can I find it?
You can find it on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And you can find us on social media at lets.go.duffalo, both Instagram and on TikTok.
All right, fingers crossed. We're seeing you boys again next week.
Yeah, come
Let's
on.
keep it running.
Let's go Bills. Tommy?
Yeah.
It's Friday. You know what that means?
We got to creep it up.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you and something else, but we're super late, so we got to go. Next, the break room at CMF. could tell this is a national study.
Yeah.
Because there is no way the number is this low in Western New York, especially with what we saw last week and what's going on Sunday.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. That's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it.
Wait, she was naked?
No, you can see everything.
Oh, okay. So
I mean,
there
it
you go.
wasn't
$50.
It wasn't like Beaver Hunt, but But I mean, you saw her crotch and her nips.
252.
Crotch and nips, one of my favorite morning shows in the 70s.
We're crotch and nips. There's like literature we could read where we'd be like, okay, but we're not going to do that.
The complete book of spanking.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, you're so funny.
What happened? Bro, your tongue isn't even working anymore.
It was last night. You know it was working. I don't have to say it. Your mom.
I got it. These girlfriends.
And this is the most coiffed woman on the planet.
Okay, why is it creepy when you say that?
Yeah, I don't know why. It's very off-putting.
She groomed all the way around. She groomed.
Again, that made it worse.
That area has to look like...
Okay.
It has to look like Augusta in April.
Why I agree with you and you...
On CBS.
See? Hello, friend.
Hello, friend. Hello, friend.
Why'd you say it twice?
I didn't. I think it breaks right to left on this one.
You're there?
See the cherry?
Yeah.
The cherry?
Yeah.
The cherry.
Okay, here. Hey, you see that cherry? You're choking on it because you're an idiot.
Oh, yeah, because it tastes like your mom? I made that up. She ain't got no cherry.
Oh, my God.
Free pornography.
Yes.
Right in your hand.
It's one of the greatest accomplishments since the moon landing.
Okay. Well, that could be changing.
Are they going to start whacking in a whack?
No.
You catch it on the back end.
Not that.
Like, every time we're banging and I smell something that doesn't smell like sex, I'd be nervous.
At your age, I would assume you always smell something that doesn't smell like sex.
You'd have to ask your mom about that. To the bowels of the stadium. Welcome to the
Right
bowels
into
of the
the
stadium, Miss Coiffee. Ooh, you smell so good, Coiffee. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. Less than 4 in 10 American men will watch sports live in freezing temperatures.
I mean, they
just
wouldn't go.
Will not go. No, only 4 in 10 American men say they will watch sports in freezing temperatures live. Over 60% of American men say if the temperature is below freezing, they are not going to that game.
Yeah, I can see that.
What are you, a puss?
Yeah.
Well, it could be an age thing, right? I mean, there's only there's probably a, age range where, yeah, you have no problem doing that. But then even if you wanted to, once you get to a certain age, you're probably like, I can't handle it anymore.
I don't know, man. Okay.
It's not fun.
It is fun.
It isn't. Freezing to death is not fun.
No, you're cold. You got a cold body.
Well, y'all dress like you cold.
Well, yeah, you prepare for the elements. But you have a cold body. You can't handle the cold because my
making
heart's
noises now.
gonna stop. No.
Just show up in a nightshirt and see how much fun you have.
There's gonna be shirtless dudes all over that stadium on
Not
Saturday.
for long.
Yeah,
Dead.
Temporarily.
It's not fun, man. And to Kimmy's point, it's just uncomfortable. I don't want to be uncomfortable for 3 hours where I'm paying $200 a seat.
Oh no! What? You got a deal?
Well, just overall average.
Yeah, I think like for some people it could just simply be dangerous.
Okay, no, that fine, but it ain't 60% of people in America. Look,
I'm surprised your old man likes to sit in that because he's an older cat and he's a big man.
Yeah.
He's got to be so uncomfortable on a good day.
Yeah, but his personality, I think, makes him uncomfortable whenever he walks around. No, he's got plenty of fluff to keep himself warm.
Right.
You put on a beer sweater, you're good to go. Like, the weather doesn't even affect you inside that stadium. I'm telling you, man. Once you get 72,000 people huddled together, you start to warm up again.
They usually call those armies.
Okay, yeah. Bill's Mafia Army.
Right.
Army of Bill's Mafia.
Right.
Look, man, there's going to be 72,000 people at that stadium jammed in on Sunday. It's forecasted to be in the teens. Everyone was sitting in snow last week.
I know.
There was not an empty seat in that stadium.
That was amazing.
Kimmy, are you one of these people? Now, we're talking men here.
Yeah.
Even fewer women said they would go to a freezing game. Will you go sit in freezing temperatures to watch a Bills game?
Yeah, I would. I would probably regret it once I got there, but I don't think that would keep me from a game seeing the weather.
Because it's such a long day on top of that.
But you're also prepared for it. And that's in my mind. I'm like, well, as long as I know that it's going to be freezing, I'm going to come prepared, make sure I have all the layers, all the, tailgating equipment to keep me warm.
Like with that Chiefs game the cold one that they just played in.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way that those people look so uncomfortable. Your coach started to freeze up.
He did.
Legitimately,
He
had icicles on him, man.
Yeah, but there wasn't an empty seat in that stadium.
I get it. I mean, I don't get it. I don't think you're having fun. I think it's like you're just trying to show how tough and what a great fan you are.
I think there are worse elements to be in than freezing temperatures.
The
Like just
hell
pouring rain.
game?
I'm with her on that.
Pouring rain is the worst.
Man, I grew up
pouring
in
rain
Florida.
and wind, anything
do
like
it all
that.
day.
That's just. I mean, you're just simply going to be uncomfortable.
No,
there's no preventing.
Yeah, but I could cover my head with the rain. I can't cover my head from the cold with a hat.
You can't. It's called a hat. It's
It
called
don't
a
work.
hat, and you cover your head with 5 things for the cold when you walk out to your car. You bitch ass bitch.
Like my one friend, and I'm so jealous of this. She has season tickets. She bought like one of those heated vests to go under the jackets, and I'm like, if you have that, like you gotta be fine.
Should have got that for my first wife.
Oh,
what a cold
bitch. That and more this weekend of the Poconos, ladies and gentlemen. We're super late. We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing Monday here in the break room on CMF. That's going to be a wrapperoo.
Audio pregame. Oh, boy, wrapperoo, buddy.
That's right. That's right. For Friday in the break room on CMF. By the way, right now you can head to WCMF.com, go to the contest page, enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see America's AC/DC Thunderstruck at the Vine Showroom at Del Lago Saturday, January 27th. 5 lucky winners will be randomly selected from the entries. Tickets are on sale right now at DelagoResort.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend a show at the Vine. Here we go, baby.
And you got to wait all the way to Sunday night.
6:30. I mean, we got to sit through 3 other games. The good news is,
good news.
After your tomorrow afternoon, we will know if the AFC Championship game will be in Buffalo or in Baltimore.
All right.
Houston wins, they come to Buffalo.
So you got to pull for Texas.
Oh, yeah, obviously. Yeah. Yes. I mean, and, also the Bills have to win the game, but that's a whole thing. All right. Again, Kimmy, Bill Gray's in Chilai, 6:30 on Sunday night. Go hang out with her, watch this game, drink 3 heads on tap, have a good time. Tommy will be probably asleep by halftime.
No, I could see 6:30. I can handle. This is like perfect.
Yeah, right.
No, but it's like perfect.
I hear you.
This is a perfect drinking game. Well, you enjoy your salad.
No, it's cheat day, baby.
Oh boy,
we're bringing the grill.
Cheat day.
Come on.
Are you bringing a grill?
Yeah, we figured that warm food was probably best for Sunday.
Yeah.
Right.
What are you grilling?
I think we're gonna go basic, just Berg's dogs.
All right.
Berg dogs. Maybe a Berg on a dog.
Ooh, look at that. Well, you bringing Ryan?
Yeah.
Oh, there's gonna be some chowing, bro.
Bro, yeah, we're getting down on it.
Yeah, I feel sad for that grill.
All right, we got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, you can't wait to see all your smiling faces Sunday night at the Bill Gray's Tap Room.
Why
in
are you
Chilai.
laughing?
You're on camera.
You're on camera.
Yeah, but I'm not doing an appearance.
What was that comeback? You're on camera. For Tommy Muley, who's on camera, my name's Pat Tommy. We'll see you Monday morning for a post-game, fingers crossed, victory Monday here in the break room on CMF.